his ID card. He did not bring driver's license. He did not bring international passport. That's why he could not enroll him. There are other provisions. Some of my colleagues are going to speak on some other document that you may need, attestation letters, even the king, the baale of those places can help you bring some attestation and write some report and say, yes, I know this place, this person, he lives in this community, kindly enroll him. Next slide. We expect to conclude this exercise in the next 3 to 5 years. It started and is expected to complete within the 3 to 5 years period. The benefit of the ecosystem. Unlike before, the ecosystem will enable us to scale up enrollment, extension of coverage nationwide, unlike before, reduce costs in data collection, speed of delivery. NIMSI alone couldn't have delivered this in the next 10 years. But with ecosystem approach being sponsored by World Bank, it can be achieved within this minimal time frame. Digital verification of ID anytime and anywhere. By the time we have many people in the database, it's easy to verify anybody anywhere timely. A well-developed digital identification program will help deliver Nigeria's development agenda. Yes, because the security angle is it the government profiling or preparing palliative or whatever it is that they want to give the individual. Knowledge, statistics of who you have, even a governor that want to reel out benefits to individuals. And he doesn't know how many people he has in his state or in his local government. It may be a difficult task for him to achieve. But with this in place, it will be easy for the government or the governor or the president to say, this is what I want to do, and it will be achieved because he has the statistics to put up, to back up the decision. Next slide, please. NIMSI achievements so far. NIMSI has developed enrollment centers in all states and in 774 local governments. Enrollment and issuance of national identification number NIN to over 112.5 million Nigerians into the national identity database as at October last month. Licensing of over 200, that's the previous agent, plus 154, which is the new enrollment agent. So we have a total of about 354 for now, by the time your exercise is concluded. Personalization of over 2 million national ID cards. Deployment of national identity database is in place and running. Deployment of automatic biometric ABs, establish of systems with high availability and redundancy disaster. We'll have a disaster recovery zone. Okay. In the authentication, we have deployment of authentication and verification services, the ENVS verification service. Most of you are aware of it. You use it to confirm some stuff. The NIMSI mobile app, most of you have it. The USD code, you also have it and you are using it. Licensing of over 170 verification agents. For harmonization, yes, because of quality and compliance, some of the agencies of government who could not harmonize their data immediately because some of them did not comply to NIMSI standard. But for now, we have harmonized the NCC for your SIM reg, and we have also harmonized within NIMS for the BVN because theirs, as at the time we are doing harmonization, met some specific criteria. Some of those other ones you may be thinking, why didn't you harmonize this? Some of their data are not meeting our criteria. Next slide, please. Next. No? Back. Okay. Benefit of the NIMS for government and for private. For government, we are looking at, it allows citizens to exercise their rights. It facilitates entitlement claims, salaries, subsidies, and other proper or social safety net payments. With NIN, it is easy now for people to apply and get these subsidies or salaries paid to them easily. They can be identified. It makes public institutions more effective, efficient, and accountable because they can tell us how many people they've paid, how many people they enrolled, how many people do they have at their payroll. And they will be individuals, not paying ghost workers that we don't know where they're coming from. Facilitates access to government governmental services, healthcare, tax services, education, etc. It enhances public safety, policing, national security, and border protection. Yes, we are seeing them that you see when they say there's Boko Haram, there are people causing crisis here and there. You can nip them and be able to point out that this person is this and this person is not this because you have the form of identity on those individuals. For private sector, it enhances citizens' access to all forms of credit facility, especially consumer credit. Unlike before, some of us used to baffle when you go abroad, you find out that they even beg you to collect credit. The fear of the bankers and the credit providers here in Nigeria because they don't even know you. They don't have a way of knowing you. But with the introduction of NIN now, it's easy to identify individuals and avail them of these facilities and credit. It's assumed to be a de facto factor for KYC. Most banks now, they just easily use it. Some organizations just remain on your NIN information and use it to validate you and move on. It expands access to other financial services, including insurances. Yes, it's easy now to recognize who is your next of kin. In the case of insurance policies, whom did you put there? You must put the person's name so that when the time matures, it's easy to validate this person. It reduces argument, quarrel, misunderstanding when these things are being brought about. Provide security for financial transaction, reducing the prevalence of fraud. Major tool for achieving financial inclusion. Unlike before, when we said that hitherto in the rural areas, they did not have a way of opening cards, identifying themselves. But now, no matter where you are, once you have your need, financial inclusion is extended. Next slide, please. Before now, just put your name in that now. You find out that we could be looking at you in the passport, in pension, your health care, voters card, banking facility, your SIM rate, phone, police, driver license. We don't know who you are. It could be seen as a ghost identity because it could be a multiple identity. It could be a duplicate identity of another person. That's why we can't see you. We don't know you actually. We can't vouch and say you're actually who you are. But as it is now, we have the opinion that you can now say for certainty with the person's name. You can see his face clear, both on his international passport, his pension document, his healthcare, his voter's card, banking, his SIM card, police record. Everything will identify that it is this person. Once you put his name, it will pull it out. Next slide. The same thing continues in all other facilities, in all other agencies. By the time they pour in all their own data into the National Identity Database, it will be easy to solve all these other problems we have. Next slide. Thank you all for listening. We are mindful of time now so that we can cover up the spaces. Thank you.
You. Please send it to the chat. Let's know what you think about the learning experience. Thank you. Please, we need you to make use of your chats for sending us questions. If you know you have questions from the first slide up to the last one we just listened to, please send your questions to the chat so that we can um respond to them. Also, let us know what you think about the learning, about the teaching experience. If you know you are not having any technical issues, please also send it on the chat. Thank you.
Make use of my time. We progress straight to the next. On security something. So just like we're told, make use of your the slide. I mean the chat box to send us your questions, your concern as we progress, and we respond to them appropriately. Um, so the next item on the agenda has to do with security, privacy practices, and related issues. So, and to lead us through that is our own Innocent Obogo, who will do justice to that presentation. Innocent, please, can you come over and mount the podium? Please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the project coordinator, and everyone here present, and to the online audience. Good morning to you all. My name remains Innocent Obogo, the acting chief information security officer of the commission. I'll quickly run us through security and data, security and privacy practices this morning. More so, I'll just share with us some things that will help us in the course of discharging our duties as enrollment officer security wise. We all know, being partners of NIMC, our work is to join hands together to ensure the security of the data that we collect from both from citizens. So I'll quickly run us through. The essence of this training is to create a security culture among us, and as well as to help us meet compliance requirements, and also guide us on how to prevent data breaches. I'm not going to go into the introduction because of time, so I'll just we'll go to the next slide. So quickly, we'll be looking at information security. We cannot talk about securing data without looking at what information security is. Information security, as shown on the slide, is the protection of not just information, but also information systems from unauthorized disclosure, alteration, misuse, and modification. So there are three objectives or principles of information security. That's the CIA triad of information security, which centers around confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So the confidentiality aspect of it ensures that data is protected from unauthorized access. So in the course of discharging your duty as enrollment officer, you are not expected to disclose the information that you've gotten from citizen to anybody. So you are supposed to hold those information utmost confidentiality. Then integrity talks about ensuring that data can be modified only by appropriate mechanisms. So as enrollment officers for this project, like you are not expected to do modification. So peradventure anybody comes to you for modification, you direct them to NIMC offices for that modification. So you are not expected. Then the availability talks about the degree to which authorized users can access information for legitimate purposes. So in the course of discharging your duties as enrollment agent, people might come to you requesting for information about people. You are not expected. It is not in your purview to provide them access to any information. You are expected to ask them to go to NIMC offices. I know someone might come to you with somebody's first name and surname and date of birth, requesting that if you can get their information for them. It is not expected of you. So you ask them to go to the authorized NIMC centers to get those information. So just know that as you are discharging your duty as enrollment officers, in securing the information that you are collecting from citizens, let it centered around the 3 principles of information security, which is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Next slide, please. Okay, so in securing information or data collected, we have just highlighted some things here for you to be mindful of. The first of them is verification. It is expected that before you enroll any individual, that you verify such individual. And the essence of this is to help you ease your work, because we notice that some persons, when they are out there, they enroll people that have been enrolled before. So the essence of the verification is to ensure that once you verify them, if they've been enrolled before, you don't capture them for whatsoever reason again. So if they want to do modification, you send them to NIMC offices. So please ensure that in the course of discharging your duty, you verify every individual that comes to you. Some might come with the use of their name, or if they don't have the name, you use their first name, surname, and date of birth, or you use make use of biometric authentication in verifying them. Then password security. We advise that you use strong password for your login credentials. So it could be at least 8 characters with a mix of numbers, uppercase, lowercase, and special characters as the case may be. But we strongly advise too that instead of using password, you can paraphrase. You could say, I am so dear to myself, or I am going to Wuse Market. You paraphrase it with a mix of numbers, uppercase, lowercase, and special characters. Ensure that your password is strong so that somebody will not be able to guess your password. That's why we say avoid easily guessable passwords. Some of us, we are fond of using probably our date of birth or maybe our nicknames or stuff like that. We are advising you that you don't do that. Use strong passwords so to ensure that even if you mistakenly drop your device somewhere, somebody cannot pick up the device and try to guess what your password is to access to have access to the device. Also, we require that you regularly update your password, as the case may be, within 90 days. But as the case may be, if you discover that your password has been compromised, immediately update your password. You need to know too that the devices that you'll be using, from the onboarding, it is expected that two-factor is being enabled. So your device, for you to access your device, you have to use your password and your biometrics. So enabling of biometrics for two-factor authentication has been factored onto the device, into the device that you'll be using. So all these are being deployed to help you secure your devices. So even if somebody else picks up your device, they will not be able to have access to what to the use of the device. So we also talk about physical and environmental security. We expect you to always protect your enrollment devices to prevent unauthorized access. We as well expect you to secure the devices against physical tampering, damage, or theft. It is device that you'll be using for enrollment, and I think within 72 hours, the information of enrollees still reside on the device. So it is expected that you secure those devices. Also, prevent it from loss or interruption to operations by safeguarding the access. Ensure that the device, because the device, yes, it belongs to you, but the application on it and the information that you have gotten from citizen on it belongs to NIMSI. So we expect you to ensure security of the device at all time. Then phishing and social engineering awareness. We are bringing this to you at this time because we know that the device that you are using is an Android device. So we expect that you are conscious of suspicious link. Some of us, it is expected that the device that you'll be using should strictly be for enrollment activities. But we noticed that some of you could still download Facebook, Twitter on it, that probably at any particular point in time that there's nobody for you to capture, you could still make use of it to say, oh, there's Facebook there, you want to access Facebook on it. So we are saying be cautious of suspicious link if you are using it for such purposes, but we are advising that you are not supposed to use it for such. It is strictly for your it is strictly for enrollment activities. We also advise that you avoid sharing confidential information or performing actions that could compromise security. Avoid sharing confidential information. We'll keep saying that because people will come to you. Take for instance, you are enrolling someone in a particular location, and somebody just comes to you and say, oh, please, the person that you just enrolled, I want to know the date of birth of that person. Innocently, you could just like, oh, is it not date of birth? Oh, his date of birth, he was born on the 1st of January 1980. It is very wrong of you to do that. You are supposed to protect the confidential information that has been shared with you. So you are not expected to share that with anybody. And even you are not even expected, like when you will be printing name slip, you are not expected to print name slip and keep. You wait until the enrollee comes to you, then you can print their name slip and give to them. So you don't print name slip and keep. Next slide, please. Okay, so on this note, we'll be giving you some basic guidelines too as regards your work as an enrollment officer. Well, okay, secure access control. It is expected that you log in with provided credentials that will be provided to you by the NIMSI technical team. So we'll be providing you with username and password, and there's still going to be the use of your biometrics when you want to log in. It is expected too that you ensure that your device is on lock screen. And the reason why we say your device is on lock screen, so that somebody somebody might not have access to it, or if they have access to it, will not be able to get into it to get information about anyone, or try to maybe install any malicious app on the device. So we ensure also that the device that you'll be using carries the current date and time for transparency. So we know when the enrollment activities that you'll be doing is being done. As well, all access details are logged with enrollment agent NIN, so that your NIN is going to be your username. So at every point in time that you want to log on to the device, you use your NIN. Also, we encourage that you ensure the attention of the enrollee at all times for data accuracy. So at every point in time that you are enrolled, that you are doing enrollment, ensure, because it's a mobile device, this the enrollee might not have the opportunity to see what you are doing, but ensure that you call their attention to it. Ask them, is your name correct, your date of birth, and stuff like that. Also, ensure that enrollee signs the consent. So it simply means when we say sign consent, there's going to be a checkbox after you have captured the person. So ensure that that is checked, and ensure that the enrollee, you can read out that attestation to the person to understand the reason why the person has been captured. Also, you know it that the software that you be using, security features have been built into it. So it is expected that you use only NIMC software that will be given to you for enrollment. Also, be responsible for maintaining the confidentiality and security of data collected during enrollment. I said it earlier on, and I'm mentioning it again. Be responsible for maintaining the confidentiality and security of all data. If you give people form to fill, ensure that the form that they have filled that is well kept. Ensure that it is well kept. If possible, probably you can even submit it to NIMC for keep, or you can even give it back to the enrollee after capturing the person. Also, we expect you to ensure security and protection of all data, demographic and biometric. We'll keep saying it, collected from enrollees in accordance with policies and processes as may be specified. From time to time, NIMC will be giving out some policies and processes that you need to abide with in the course of discharging your duty as an enrollment agent. Also, we expect that you adhere to all the confidentiality, privacy, and security protocols as may be specified by NIMC. From time to time, we'll be sending out different security protocols, privacy, and confidentiality to you. We are not just sending this to you, we are sending this to you to aid you and guide you appropriately in discharging your duty as enrollment officers. Also, we expect you to ensure, we expect that on the device that you will be using, ensure that there is NIMC approved antivirus installed on your device. Ensure there's antivirus device installed on your device. This is to help peradventure there is any app or any malicious app that runs on your system. The antivirus should be able to take care of that. So we want these are some basic guidelines that we are giving out to you that will aid and help you in the course of discharging your duty as an enrollment officer. We are giving out these guidelines to you so that tomorrow you will, ignorance is not an excuse. So you come and tell us that, oh, you are not aware of this. So we are telling you now. So when you go out there to carry out your enrollment activities, please abide by these guidelines so that from your end, you know that whatever is coming to us is secure and safe. Next slide, please. So on this note, we'll be looking at incident response. In the course of discharging your duties too as enrollment agent, some issues might come up. It is expected. By this, we are just giving you guidelines on how to handle those issues. So we say incidents that may expose the Commission's information asset to vulnerabilities, threats that could result in damage, loss, or destruction of information asset. We expect you to report them. Any vulnerabilities that you discover, any threat that could result in damage, please report them to NIMC. And it is expected that each and every one of you FEPs, you have an assigned technical support, IT support staff that has been assigned to you. So in case of any issues, kindly relate to them. They will pass your message across to the appropriate quarters for them to handle. So it is expected that any information security events, you must report them through appropriate management channels in a timely manner. You are not expected to investigate any incident, as this will be interpreted as a misuse of system. So if there's any information security breach or data breach, kindly report appropriately to appropriate management channels and on timely basis. Do not investigate them. Just report them and we'll do the needful from our end here. It is expected that you report any observed or suspected information security weakness. Probably it could be even on the device that you'll be using. Please let us know if you notice any security weakness around it. As well, you must ask, information security events must be assessed appropriately to establish if they are classified as event, weakness, or incident. So when this you report this, we will be able to classify them if they are event, weakness, or incident. Also, information security incident must be responded to in line with documented procedures. So these procedures will be made available to you through your IT support staff from NIMSI. Will make it available to you. So if there's any incident, please follow the documented procedures and report. For any incident reporting relating to security issues, data breaches, please report to ithelpdesk@nimsi.gov.ng, or you report to information security at nimsi.gov.ng. So as earlier stated, you are not expected to investigate any incident. What you are expected to do if you notice any incident is to report it through the appropriate management channels in a timely manner so that it can be taken care of. You can report any through your the IT support staff that has been assigned to your company. Report it to them and it will get to us. Please kindly note, you are not expected to investigate any incident, and please note that you are expected to report them in a timely manner. Next slide, please. Okay. I think quickly I just run through us on the security aspect of it. So at this point, we'll be looking at the data privacy and data protection. So the data privacy centers around the control over information, while the data protection centers around securing the data. So we say privacy is the claim of individuals, groups, or institutions to determine for themselves when, how, and to what extent information about them is communicated to others. So it focuses on the rights of individuals, the purpose of data collection and processing, privacy preferences, and the way organizations govern personal data. So what we are just saying here is the data that you are collecting about a data subject, they have control over whatever information they have given to you, how, when you collect it, how you are going to process it, and to what extent you can share those information with a third party. So we brought this up for you to know that even the enrollee that is coming before you for you to enroll, they have some rights to know. So they can come and ask you, oh yes, we have come to you to enroll, but how is this being processed? How is our information being processed? Who are you sharing this information with? So you have a right to let them know. And if you don't know, you can as well direct them to NIMSI, so they will be guided appropriately. So in data protection, we are looking at securing the data. So it's the process of protecting sensitive information from damage, loss, or corruption. So it's like I said, can be a strategy to secure privacy, availability, and integrity of data. So we know in Nigeria, the Nigerian Data Protection Act 2023 establishes the legal framework for regulation of personal data in Nigeria. So we will not go more into it, but if you want to know more about the rights of the data subject, you can check the Nigeria Data Protection Act and you get more information about it. Next slide, please. So in NIMSI, we have a privacy policy statement. And the policy statement states that NIMSI has identified privacy policy as a necessary tool for ensuring that privacy rights are protected during the collection, processing, and managing of such information from the front end through the back end. So NIMSI as a data controller is expected to sensitize data processors. You are data processors to NIMSI. So on ensuring that data subject information is highly confidential. And that's the reason why we are having this training section for you. So to let you know how data subject information, that how confidential it is, and so still let you know that as it is being collected, so it is with NIMSI. So the privacy policy centers around captures the confidentiality, integrity, and the availability of the information that we have collected from the data subject. Next slide, please. So this will be looking at the privacy principles, and there are 7 data privacy principles that we'll be looking at. And the first of them all is lawful, fairness, and transparency. So this principle states that there must be a legal basis for collecting and provide clarity about how the individual that personal data is being processed. So the lawfulness and fairness states that. So as you are collecting, the data subject might ask you. So you let them know. Some of them might have some doubt about giving out their information. It's in our purview to let them know that, and there is transparency. Then purpose limitation. The essence of the second data principle states that the information that you are collecting from an enrollee should be for a specific purpose. Why are we collecting this information from them? It is their civic right that they get captured into only the information that is required that we are supposed to collect from them. Data minimization, collect and process only necessary data. So we are running minimal field. So when you are with the enrollee of birth, address, state of origin, you don't start, there's some information you don't need to start asking them because it is not necessary. So just ask them, minimize the data that you are collecting from them based on what has been stipulated for you to collect. Accuracy, every data that you are collecting, ensure that it is accurate. There are no spelling errors in what you are collecting. Storage, this talks about the retention period, how the data that you are collecting is going to last with us, but for with us for forever. So I know the banking sector, they have their retention period, but for NIMSI, I think it remains with us forever. Then the integrity and confidentiality, the processing of personal data in a manner that guarantees suitable level of security and confidentiality. Then the last one talks about accountability. So NIMSI as a data controller must be accountable for and demonstrate compliance with all data principles. So these are the 7 principles of data privacy, and we can see the basic rules guiding privacy in the ID ecosystem. It's just 5 of them. That's the consent, purpose, security and access, disclosure and accountability, then destruction and disposal. So if you want to know more about the privacy principles, you can as well check the Nigerian Data Protection Act, or you could use Google and get more information. We're not going to more information about it because of our time. Next slide, please. So guidelines to you enrollment agents based on data privacy. So the first one is informed consent. You are required to educate the data subject of their consent and how their data is being processed. I earlier talked about this. So when the enrollee comes to you, you can take out time to explain the reason why you are collecting their data and why you need their consent for it. Also, you are required to maintain confidentiality stated earlier, it is your duty ensure that ensure you maintain this as well. Understand the requirements for the protection of data when collected and during transmission. So for every one of your enrollment agents, aside your user credentials, you'll still be given a VPN login details that you need to use when you want to transmit the data that you have collected to the back end. So ensure that at all times your VPN is connected. Do not store NIN or password or any identification data or copy identity data by any means. I earlier stated this. You are not expected to store the NIN of any being processed. So as you go out there to enroll people, ensure physical security at all your location. One of my colleagues will still come to run us through physical security in details. Also, you are not expected to share your login credentials with anyone. We'll keep hammering on that. You are not expected to share your login credentials or to share your password with anybody. Even your VPN login credentials, you are not expected to share with anyone. Also, we expect you to understand the requirement for login as a need for transparency. You must always log in before you commence any enrollment. That's to show transparency from our end. Also, you are expected to understand the respective incident reporting and response mechanism as earlier stated. So these guidelines will help you in the course of discharging your duty as an enrollment officer, security and privacy wise. So if there's any other information that you need to know, you can get back to us via the email that was earlier mentioned when we're talking about the incident response. Thank you for your time.
Yes, we have a way. If you would like to speak to us, indicate so through the chat box. We'll move you to participants hall. Then you'll be able to talk to us from there. Please indicate so if you want to talk to us, while you are there. So indicate so through the chat box. Then we'll move you to the position where you can actually talk. We'll hear you and you hear us. Do that in the next 2-3 minutes before we move to the next presentation. Thank you. Trust end. Did you say trust end? Okay. Can we talk to somebody or somebody talk to us from there now before we move? So this particular, they will be able to speak better. Hello, is Brahim from Trust Crescent there? Can you talk to us? We are ready to hear from you. Unmute yourself and talk to us, please. Ibrahim from Trust Crescent.
All right, sir. Good day, sir. Hello.
Go ahead, please. We can hear you. What are your questions?
All right, sir. My question is that as an enrollment agent, after training, being assigned to work, so from my town to all those nearby villages. So in the process of addressing the guideline, I hear that they say the enrollment or the process will be free. So is it that all those transport to go nearby village will be available for the agent?
Okay, so you want to be, your question is whether there will be payment for you to move from one point to the other in terms of enrollment.
Yes, since they say the enrollment process should be free. So someone should know when to go and make mistake and charge those people that will come.
Very much. Are you an agent or you are an FEP owner?
Agents.
Okay. Yeah. Going forward, agents is not allowed to charge a kobo for any enrollment done. We are paying you per successful name you've generated. So you are not allowed to charge a kobo because we are putting mechanism to monitor if you violate this particular rule. You are going to be adequately paid for any successful name you've generated. So you are not a kobo. So when we're having a section with your FEP owner on Friday, there will be briefed more on what you are going to be paid.
All right, sir. That's all. All right, sir. Thank you.
And meet yourself and any other person waiting to talk to us in the chats, in the Q&A platform. Signify by typing if you want to talk to. Is Mr. Disogu there of Ikogo Investments?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please, want to hear from you. Do you have any question for us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Which FEP do you represent? Which
what is
FEP?
it, sir?
Which FEP, which front-end partner are you representing?
From Lagos, sir.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Let me hear you.
Yes, sir. So, sir, on my device, sir, the VPN is not connecting. I think, sir, I just want to know the cause, sir. And also, I've not been switched to live yet, sir.
Please, what are you talking about? We are just training you. We are just training you to start enrollment. We've not even onboarded you. Why are you talking about VPN? You are supposed to be a new enrollment officer. You are still talking with your hangover of your former company. We've not onboarded these particular people we are training today. We don't expect any of you to come and tell us anything about VPN. We've not even explained to you what VPN stands for. Please leave your baggage behind you. You are here as a new person, fresh.
Yes,
You are
sir.
not before in our own documentations. Please, don't ask questions we've not taught you about. As you stand here now, you have not been onboarded. But the question you're asking us is telling us that you're already enrolling for somebody somewhere else. And you're asking us questions on.
No, sir. I've not started the enrollment. I just used to do the test on my device, but I just find out that the VPN is not connecting anymore.
I've even told you the device to buy. We have not told you. You are still a new person. That's what I want you to understand. To us,
Okay.
you are a virgin. So don't
Okay.
tell us stories about your machine, VPN. Who gave it to you?
My boss, sir.
No, your boss doesn't have it. We have not given him a VPN for this new enrollment agent. You're a new enrollment agent. But
Okay.
what you are talking from experience, I know, you are either working for another agent now, and he has a problem with his VPN, and you are using that to tell us. We don't want to hear that. This is not the forum for it. This forum is only for new agents that are to be onboarded. We have not onboarded you yet. Please. And that goes for every person that is in this training. Don't ask questions about payment, about training that has been done before, VPN, change of password, the machine is not integrated. No, don't ask those questions. You are a brand new enrollment agent. So we'll finish training you before we onboard you to start doing enrollment. So until we've done that, please. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I want to add to what my boss just mentioned to you. You see, before now, NIMSI engaged people to do enrollment directly. But this exercise you are being called to join, it's not just for NIMSI direct. This one is going to be powered by the ID for the identity and identification for development project. So it is ruled by the World Bank under the ID for D. So it's a new project entirely. So forget the one you have been doing, the capturing you have been doing before. That one is totally different from what we are having now. That is what my boss is explaining to you. Hope you understand now.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do, sir.
Yeah, let's take the next question, after which you proceed with the rest of the presentation. ORIP Nigeria Limited. ORIP Nigeria Limited, are you there? Is this Sam? ORIP, can you unmute yourself and talk to us? It's like ORIP is not ready to talk to us. Any other person?
You have not disconnected me, sir.
Is it the mother?
No, sir. You have not disconnected me.
Are you hearing us?
I just spoke to you now, sir, but you have not disconnected me, sir.
Okay, go down. Thank you. Who? Any other person waiting to talk to us? Hello, who is waiting to talk to us? Davida Enterprises. So, if there is nobody ready to talk to us, we'll continue with the presentation. Thank you very much. So that we can. Okay, yeah. A couple of other benefits. Who is seeing it well? Read it out for us. Can you read it out for us?
Most people actually have been asking that, can they get a recording or the materials from this training? Yes.
Yeah, at the end of today's section, you are going to be given the recorded version of all the training slides today, both audio and the text. So it will be passed to you, so for you to listen over and comprehend where needed. So we are going to give it to you. I think that is one of the major questions that came from the chat box. Let's progress. Put that legal regulatory framework. Thank you. So we are going to proceed with the next item on the agenda, and that has to do with the legal and regulatory compliance requirements. What are those things you need to know legally about this enrollment exercise? And to help us do justice to that, I hereby invite our own Muazu Dikwa Mohammed of Legal Department, NIMC, to take us through. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Muazu Dikwa Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Salifu. Good morning, all. I hope I can be. Are you hearing me? Good morning. Yeah, like Mr. Salifu has stated, my name is Muazu Mohammed Dikwa. I represent the Legal Services Department here to take us through what we call the legal, regulatory, and policy framework of the NIMC enrollment license. Next slide, please. So we will be talking on those content as stated on the, we'll do introduction. We'll talk about legal, regulatory, and policy framework, the licensing assurance framework lab, licensing agreement, other national and state legislation, standard operating procedure, SOPs, then we conclude. Next slide, please. So it is very clear that NIMC is a creation of Act of Parliament, where the Act number 23 of 2007 was promulgated to take out the defunct Department of National Civil Registration and the 1977 laws on national identification. The aim is to reform the sector to have a reliable database. Then, under the legal regulatory framework, we will be talking about the NIMC Act, the licensing framework, licensing agreement, and other national registration, and the SOP. As I earlier stated, the Act is promulgated by National Assembly 2007, which ousted the then Department of National Civil Registration and bring in the NIMC Act 2007. Next slide, please. So, as far as regulatory are concerned, we at NIMC has responsibility, and you as front-end partner, that is FEP, has responsibility. Ours is to ensure that all front-end partners comply with all applicable laws and policies that may be done during the process of this enrollment contract. Therefore, you will need to ensure that you comply and do all your intervention within the laws, so that we don't want anybody to be found wanting and later on you indicate that you are ignorant of the law. And that's the reason why this presentation is being put in place. Next slide, please. So we have a document based on the coming in of the identity for development. The previous enrollment that we did in 2002, 2003 has nothing to do with the license assurance framework. The license assurance framework is a document developed which is more robust, all encompasses, and it takes care of all the aspects of enrollment from your application to your onboarding to your operations and payments, and where we're exiting, all this is being taken care of the license assurance framework. We call it LAF. It may sound LAF to you, but these are the document that you need to be well guided in articulating your policies and programs. At the end, we may come to a position where you will see where sanctions, punishment may be meted, and these are all the requirements of the LAF. Next slide, please. So the license assurance framework has 5 gates. Currently, we are at gate 2. The 0 gate is where you submitted your application, where you are vetted, you are shortlisted, you comply with the requirement of the advert, and you are shortlisted to serve as an enrollment agent. Then what do we next? We need to do some legal assurance for you. While you submitted your document, we verify your document, we check your financials, then thereafter, we do what we are doing today. That is gate 2, that is for the training. This training is part of the LAF, and it will be part of the prerequisite for you to be onboarded. Any agent that did not participate in this training have not fulfilled the requirement of the LAF and may not be onboarded. Before you go up to the setup, previously we allow open setup, but currently with the LAF, my colleagues will discuss further on how your enrollments will be set up. Before then, on gate 4, you go live. How do you go to live? It's not previously you go to live like we just send a VPN for you and you access. But my colleagues on the technical part will discuss more on that. Then lastly is the continued operation. After you go live, we'll be monitoring your continuous operation to ensure you are in compliance with all the requirements of the laws and regulations. Next slide, please. So what is a licensing agreement? If you are either a FPP agent or you are a FPP owner, we must have an agreement between you. We don't have an agreement with any agent, but we have agreement with the FPP owners, that is the companies. One thing I'll assure you that whoever signed this agreement is responsible for whatever will happen during the process of executing this agreement. We don't know who is your agent or who you gave access to, who you did not give access to, we will no longer be tolerated. It is 0 tolerance and compliance with the agreement. The agreement is very clear. We don't stop license, we don't stop agent. Whatever agreement you have, from experience, we have people who will enter into an agreement between them and an agent, and where they have issues, they involve us in their litigation or orders. Henceforth, we won't take that. Any agent that, based on his problem with his licensee, have an issue and involve NIMC in any of your litigation, we will advise the commission to just discontinue our licenses and go ahead, because we have other issues to attend to instead of attending to issues that have nothing to do with us. If you sub-license your agent, you are even in breach of the contract. So going forward, all those breaches will not be taken lightly. It's a new regime. If you are an FPP before or you are a new one, don't sub-license. You will see the agreement, part of the agreement, that we don't have the legal requirement for you to sub-license. So ensure you comply with all the requirements of the agreement and will stay put. Henceforth, the sanctions are instantly done, and we don't take time to do further check or whatsoever. Once you are in breach of the agreement, we go ahead and impose that portion of the agreement that you are in default. Next slide, please. Okay. For us to enforce all part of this agreement, we need to comply with the national legislations and other state legislation. I've earlier informed you we are creation of the law, and the NIMC Act is very clear on how we operate and how our partners operate. We may not have time to go through the act in details, but the act is very clear on issue of data protection, issue of licensing, issue of enrollment, and we have what we call our regulations, which are outcome of the act. I've spoken about the licensing, and I will go ahead to speak on the next, who is the ICPC Act. Why the ICPC Act is brought here is because some of you are incorporated companies that may likely have some issues that has to do with national legislation. We will not hesitate to refer any person who is in breach or in any corrupt practices that has to do. Same apply to EFCC Act, the Code of Conduct, because once all these things are done and we confirm they are in breach of this act, we will not hesitate to move that person to other relevant agencies for them to take necessary action against him. The cybercrime is brought here to ensure that all what we are doing, we comply with the Cybercrime Act. Why do we bring the Cybercrime Act? It's for us to ensure that all our either offline and online activities are well protected and well guided. My previous colleague have spoken on data protection. It's very key. Currently, issues of data protection is germane to every and sundry in Nigeria. Every eye on how his data will be used and how his data will not be used. So take your time, read those principles that were enunciated in the previous presentation, and it's very key because ignorance of the law is not an excuse. You have to protect people's data, and you have to protect NIMSI interest in storing that data. Then you as an enrollment officer, part of the lab, there will be a code of conduct that has to do with what you are doing. It will be part of the SOP that will be shared with you as to either issue of gender, issue of disability, issue of operational guidelines, and all other guidelines will be embedded into that code of conduct to do. Because any issue that arose during your processes are issues that they will not know you as an APP, but it's NIMSI they know. So we need to take all the necessary safeguards to ensure that our laws and our processes are well protected. You may be operating from states. So those states may have some laws that guide your working there. So we want you as an FPP to comply with all state legislation. More particularly, some states in Nigeria have Sharia law, some places in Nigeria have some laws that you may not do some things. So please and please, we urge you to comply with state laws. Because whatever you are doing, you are not representing yourself, you are representing the commission. Next slide, please. So, as I earlier stated, part of the requirement of the lab, we must have a standing operating procedure. I think as at the last call, we have 16 operating procedures, SOP that are in court, and they may likely be updated. So we assure you that before you finally get on board, get acquainted with those SOPs, because SOPs are very key to you, to your operation, to your staff, to your payment, and other things that has to do with the contract. So please and please ensure that you know at least those SOPs that has to do with what you are doing, that data capture and data collection. So please and please ensure you know those ones before you go. Community entry, gender, and then all these are known. So now we have been speaking about the law now. Now we'll talk about the offenses. I will take my time to explain to you what those offenses are so that you will know what you do and what you don't do during, before, during, and after enrollment. So I will take my time to take it one by one, and if you have questions, note your question and we'll do. The first question is, refusing to register a duly qualified enrollee is an offense under the NIMSI Act in which you will be jailed for 6 months imprisonment and you pay a fine of 100,000 or both. So any person that presented himself for enrollment to you, it is right for you to enroll him. Failure to enroll him after he has met up with all the requirements of the law is an offense. Somebody was asking a question previously, like whether he will collect money for transportation or whatsoever. First enrollment, you are right now operating only to enroll. You don't have any right to modify to collect money. So it means since you'll be paid for the enrollment, every activity you are doing is free. So you don't have to obtain any favor from anybody because such will be charged under the ICPC Act. And it takes 7 years imprisonment.
the same apply to you. The director will be taken to court of conduct for further punishment. And we on our own may terminate your licenses if that act is a gross misconduct. Then sometime in your operation, you used to finger swap. Some used to put legs, some used to put somebody's fingerprint to do. So on that going forward, we won't hesitate to do anything. We'll only terminate their contract, and that ends there. And we blacklist you from taking access to any of our activities. Next slide, please. So if, for example, this may not be applied to you directly, but it applies to those who are doing verification for us. So any person that comes to you for any identification services, you need to take care of him. But the sixth one applies to you because as you are enrolling the persons, you are logging into our database and you are looking into input data. So it applies to you more specifically. So take good care, don't share your login details because any login data that was used without our authorization will terminate an unauthorized access and we will take it against that person that used it. Sometimes people will come to you, you open your screen and screenshot the enrollment data of people and send it to other person. This is a breach of data protection of that person. So it will not be tolerated going forward. You cannot print, like my previous speaker have said, don't print link slip until you are asked to. Because once you do that, it shows if anything happens to that person data, you will be held responsible for that. And you should not be putting people data either on your Facebook or any other place that you use to interact with people, because that has some punishment, as you may see, under the Cybercrime Prevention Act. Next slide, please. So you are using computers to do this enrollment. So definitely you are accessing it. You understand? Or you are retrieving some information from the computer. So definitely you need to be very careful in that, because it leads to an act under the Cybercrime Act, which may likely be punished for imprisonment for 5 years, and you pay 5 million naira for that. Then you go back to use unlawfully data in the national database. Maybe because you have access, you went ahead and accessed people data that are already in your systems. Maybe you enrolled yesterday, before you send that data to the database, you access it. So these are some of the things you need to be careful in doing that. Then you see to provide relevant data information. Person that comes to you, maybe he refused to provide some data that will help you to do their work. So the law does not only cover persons that are enrolling, but those who applicant that come before you, or they give false information to us, and we later realize those information are false, they may likely be punished for the act if found guilty for that. Next slide, please. So you see, I wrote modification in a very bold wordings. Why I put that is that the access you are giving, you are only giving access to enroll. I repeat, you are only giving access to enroll. No access or modification is given to any front-end partners to change. We have our self-service. You can refer people to our self-service to go ahead. Even our staff are not having access to modification now. So going forward, if any report of modification is being found on any of our APPs again, we won't hesitate to terminate the contract on the first of it. No further investigation is required because these are acts that are prima facie. Acts that are prima facie on the first of it is an offense. So please and please guide your agents, or if you are an agent, know that you are not allowed to do modification. Your only access is for you to enroll, send it to database, and it ends there. Then sometimes some of you are phony of using other people's picture to bypass in enrollment. So whatever you do there, you definitely will terminate the contract and you forfeit whatever any enrollment you did within that period. You will not be paid because of that infringement. We don't want the database to be compromised or the database to be put with all jargon that are not needed there. So please and please, I beg on you to warn your agents, because if you can enroll 1 million people, and if you commit this offense, you earn nothing. So please and please be careful in that. We will not tolerate it going forward. Next slide. So you may have some NIN with you, you may have some ID card with you. Please and please don't destroy them. Destroying them these are properties of the commission. So destroying them will be an offense. So please and please be careful on doing that. Then attempting to count double enrollment. Anybody that comes to you, if you have verification access, fine. If you don't have verification access, look for how you can verify it, because anybody enrolling twice is an offense. So please and please be guided on that. So number 17 talks about even if our employee aided you or abetted you to do some things, both you, your consultant, the employee, and other licensed agents will be sanctioned. So please and please be guided when interacting with our staff or our consultant or our other people that are working with you, because this section applies to all of you. Secondly, if person does not know how to sign, find a way of making him to endorse his signature, because if you forge any of his signature or he claim that his signature it was forged, definitely it's an offense. 19 goes to violation of the National Data Protection Act. So being our data collector, you are part of our data processor. So please and please try as much as possible to process those data within the requirement of Data Protection Act and within the NIMC Act, because going forward, we alone will not be sanctioning you. Other agencies of government too will sanction you. Next slide. So unauthorized access are well defined here. So if you look at it, there is a lot of issues that we are doing. We are downloading, we are introducing new items. Don't use something. Don't allow people to access your system unauthorized, because they may impose virus, and that virus may affect our system. And if we trace that to your system, definitely we'll charge you for criminal offense and you will be punished. Try as much as possible, destroy information that are not useful. Don't store information that are not useful for you. Make sure that information are not being stolen or concealed, because this has a lot of sanction attached to it. Next slide, please. So on that one, I repeat, you are not even allowed to do, so don't even do illegal. Illegal, some people may go from the black market and got access to modify. That will not be tolerated going forward. Whoever give you the access, you don't have the access, and whoever aided or abetted you to do that act will be sanctioned accordingly. So please and please be well guided on that. I know some of you may be thinking that, I know this one names, I know that one names. So please and please be well guided. Don't allow you to be our scapegoat. So on general penalties, whoever commit offense on this act or regulation may have a punishment of imprisonment, which may extend to 1 year and with fine. Next slide. So in conclusion, the legal regulatory policy framework requirements are not just obligations, but integral component of sustainable business strategy. By prioritizing compliance, organizations can safeguard their operations, build trust with stakeholders, and achieve long-term success. So let's commit to staying proactive, informed, and diligent in our compliance. Thank you. Excellent. So if you have any questions or any observations you feel you want to do, let us know so that we can attend to them and we make progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mazu, for your lecture. I hope you all enjoyed it. Please, if you have any question, kindly send your questions to the chat box so that we can respond accordingly. Media, do we have any question? Okay. Please also indicate if you are listening, if you are able to hear us clearly. If you have any technical issues, please indicate in the chat as well. In the absence of questions, I think it is right for us to go for a short break, 30 minutes short break, for us to have our breakfast if we haven't. The time is 11:48. We will resume in 30 minutes time. Thank you.
Some you have questions for us. Banner group. Banner group. Understand you have questions for us to provide answer for. Can you go ahead? Banner group. Banner group, are you there? Ready to listen to me?
They complain that this is what I'm trying to do. Oh, I say that on my own, I'm doing it. Let me go and see the message. What should be there? If you are the one talking. Yes, I was 5 minutes. You talk of yourself. I use it 5 minutes.
To go on break and for you to equally go on break for 30 minutes. We are expected to resume back by 12:20. By 12:20, we are expected back. But before we go, Mr. Abubakar, do you have any question for us, please?
Well, good morning, everyone.
Yeah, good morning. We are hearing you.
Well, I would like to thank the organization for preparing that webinar. We really appreciate. I have two questions that I need to ask. First of all, in a situation that you are enrolling a person, you find out that person he is amputated or he is amputated. So how can you handle that person as complaint require? Then secondly, my question is, as you spoke about login details, are you going to give us a login details for free, or there is any certain amount that you have to pay to get that login details? Thank you very much.
Questions are very clear. Yes, you are not licensed to register anybody that is an amputee. What you simply do, once this person comes to your enrollment center, you gently and politely direct the person's nearby office. So, office, this person should be allowed to register. And by amputee, I mean somebody that doesn't have the print, the fingerprints, like accident or other incidents. Then secondly, we're asking about data, whether data will be provided to you during enrollment. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Login detail, yeah. Login detail before you are fully commissioned to commence enrollment. You're going to be on board, and asking the people to nominate. We told them to nominate somebody who has technical background, see technical team to do the onboarding process. And when that is completely done, we will have access to the enrollment.
Sorry, sir, I have one more question. Sorry for that.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready to take it.
I think is there any preferred background? I mean, it is black, white, or yellow, or blue for capturing a picture for the roller person. The roller person.
But it's two brighter next to that. So we're just listing up the result from the by 12:20.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Good morning, FIC Professional Network, Leonard. Your question is, please, in a situation whereby the customer has already forgotten the details used before, but wants to retrieve the name, if I re-enroll with the mindset of sending for IP clearance, will I also be charged for the? You are not even expected to re-enroll the person. That's why initially, when I was giving presentation on security and data and privacy practices, I said you are not. You need to verify first. So if someone comes to you that they have forgotten their details, direct them to a NIMC enrollment center. Direct them there. It is not within your purview provide them with their tracking ID or to retrieve any name from them. This is just to do fresh, fresh enrollment, so you are not expected to retrieve any name for anybody. If anybody comes and they said they lost their name, direct them to a NIMC office where they can attend to them. Thank you. I saw some questions on modification. I emphasize on it. Modification is illegal. You are not allowed to modify anybody, whether by way of choice. Even our staff are not allowed to modify as we are now. So all those questions about BVM modification, this modification, no modification is being allowed. If you give an illegal access, we will sanction you and will stand on the person that gave you that illegal access. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me? Leonard, FIC Professional Network. Regarding your question, you are not expected to retrieve name for any individual. If anyone comes to you for retrieval of name, kindly direct them to NIMC Development Center, where that will be taken care of. This is just to do fresh enrollments for anyone that has not done new registration before. We register them. We are not to do retrieval of name or to do modification for any individual. Thank you. Okay. Anonymous attendee. Your question centers around providing assistance for self-service modification. When we say self-service modification, it simply means as an individual, you can handle the process yourself. You are not expecting, yours is just to please, you should just understand that what you have been licensed to do is strictly enrollment, fresh enrollment for those that have not done enrollment before. Anything, self-service modification, retrieval of name, send them to NIMC offices. Self-service modification, they can, NIMC staff in their various offices can attend to them. Just streamline your work to what you have been licensed to do. Thank you.
Sit on recess. That is break for, I said 30 minutes before now. We'll resume around 12:20. So you yourself, you can actually embark on the break and come back by 12:20. Then we'll continue with the remaining presentation for the day. Thank you very much. But that does not mean if you have any question, you can leave it in the Q&A platform. We'll pick it and respond to it accordingly. Thank you. Wonderful day.
Please, we expect you to listen attentively and listen very well so that you could easily pass the assessment test on Thursday. Assessment test guarantee you to be fully certified to proceed to the next level of this onboarding process. So if you don't pass, you won't be allowed to go to the next level and to be a part of those who do enrollment at the end of the day. Please take every training you received here very, very serious. And just like we told you earlier, we're going to make available the presentation slides and the video at the end of each day section. Thank you. And do make use of the Q&A platform. If you have any question, read it out and respond accordingly. Thank you. So I will invite the next presenter in the person of Mr. Ajayi Oluwaseun to man the podium and present on the topic enrollment software and hardwares for Android enrollment device. Mr. Ajayi, you have your space. Thank you. Good evening, all participants. My name is Ajayi Oluwaseun. Okay, I will be your training facilitator on the topic enrollment software and hardware. I want to believe you all can hear me properly. Now, since morning, we have been introducing you to a lot of topics that will enable you to enroll properly on the field. We started with the introduction with NIMSI, about our act, what we are scheduled to do, and then introducing you to the project you are about to begin in line with NIMSI and the ID4D. We also spoke about security and privacy practice during the morning period, and at the same time, we talk about the legal and regulatory requirement that you have all been listening to. So my session is going to be addressing the software we are expected to use for enrollment. Now, somebody in the class in the morning was discussing about enrolling, asking for VPN and all of that, and we addressed the issue that what you are having now is quite different from what you are having before. Some of you might have enrolled with NIMSI during the time NIMSI was engaging you directly some years ago. And some of you are still enrolling with NIMSI as we speak. But what we are addressing you now, or why are we training you now, is because this is a new project entirely. It's also an enrollment project. You are going to be involved in doing enrollment, but it's something that is different entirely. And that is why we are taking several modules that was not even taken when you see engage you directly. So I will indulge you and also implore you to pay a lot attention to the class. Now, even if you have experience concerning enrollment, I still want to implore you to pay attention to the class because there is some things that I've been mentioning that you will not even find on the slides. These things will equip you properly in order to capture on behalf of NIMSI and the ID4D. Once again, you are all welcome to the afternoon session. I'm talking about enrollment software and hardware requirement. Now, go back. We're talking about the objective of this training. We are looking at the definition of software, enrollment software. We're going to be talking about the enrollment modules. We'll talk about the type of enrollment modules that we have.
I'm going to also be talking about enrollment method. I'll be talking about enrollment quality check. We'll discuss briefly some scenarios that will occur while you try to enroll. And time permits, we are going to look at the hardware component and many of such. So for a layman, move to the next slide, is going to define enrollment software in a different light. Now, generally, software can be said to be a set of instruction, data, or program that is used to operate computers and to execute specific tasks. Now, if you are to ask an engineer to define what a software is, the engineer is going to define it based on being an engineer, probably a civil engineer. And a medical practitioner is going to define or talk about their software based on what they do in that field. Our own field here in UC is enrollment, and that is what we want to engage you all on. So we call our own enrollment software. Now, our software has a name. The name of our software is called AES. Yes. AES means Android Enrollment Software. We will have several versions of that depending on what update that you are going to be giving to the software as the training or as the exercise commences. So sometimes there's going to be an update and then we'll be having several versions. But the software itself is called the AES. That is the Android Enrollment Software. Before now, you see on their own parts, their direct engagement with FEPs then, FEP can use several kind of equipment to enroll, including using a desktop or a laptop or an Android device thing. But for the purpose of the enrollment you are going to be engaging going forward under the ID4D, the only thing that will be accepted for enrollment is the Android enrollment software. And that is why, Android enrollment device. And that is why we are talking to you about the Android enrollment software. So please register it in your head. What you are going to be using for enrollment is the Android enrollment software, nothing like Windows for now. All right, so talking about the enrollment software, we can define it as a program or application that is used to collect the data of all Nigerians and legal residents into the National Identity Database. In the morning session, Mr. Clarence mentioned to you that the mandate of NINSI include capturing Nigerians and legal residents into the National Identity Database. But you may wonder who are legal residents. Who do we call legal residents? Legal residents are foreigners that are living in Nigeria legally. So people that come from neighboring countries or even now, we have just defined what the software is, what we call our software. Now, under the software, there's something we call modules, enrollment modules. But before I define or go into the modules, I want us to understand what a software and module is. Now, I will use something that is familiar to us, our phones. I want to believe all of us have a phone, and that is the reason why we can connect to this training. Now, if you power up your phone, some persons use Android phone, while some persons use a Windows phone. Now, when you power up your phone, what do you see? If you are using an Android, it will tell you Android, it will tell you the type of Android, you say welcome. Now, once the thing powers, what happens? It takes you to the home page. Now, the software is what enables your phone to power on in the first instance. Now, after your phone has powered on, you will notice that on the home page, you have where you have the contact, the messaging, we have where we have the gallery and all of such. Now, depending on what you want to do on your phone, will depend on the icon you are going to visit. Take for example, you want to send message. If you want to send message, you will not go to call log to go and send message from there. You need to go to messaging.
So that is exactly what we are talking about modules. So enrollment modules can be defined as the various types of enrollment applications that is used to capture applicant information depending on the context of the information and the type of applicant to be captured into the national identity database. Do you get the point now? So we have different applicants with different things that they need to do. And that is what will determine which modules you are going to use to enroll them. Now, in NIMC as a whole, we have 8 enrollment modules that we have that enable us to function, to perform all of our functions and our duty and responsibility. I'm going to be mentioning those 8 modules to you just for your learning purpose. But it may interest you to know that out of the 8 modules that is available in NIMC, you are only going to be allowed to use 2 of them. Out of the 8, you'll be allowed to use just 2 modules. But what are the 8 modules that we have in NIMC? The first one is the CR new. Can move forward. The second one is the ER new. The third one is the CR modification. The fourth is called the ER modification. The fifth module is called the card replacement module. The sixth is called the card renewal module. The seventh is debt enrollment application. While the last module, which was just recently included, is called the ER to CR migration module. Now, each of these modules have their functionalities. For the purpose of the lesson, you need to know, just for you to have the lesson of those, what these modules are meant for. I will mention them, what they are being meant for. But please take note, out of these 8, only 2 you'll be allowed to use during the course of your engagement with the ID4D and the NIMC. Now, the 2 modules you are expected to use is called the CR new and the ER new. But before I delve in further, you may wonder, what is CR? What is ER? When you see the acronym CR kindly means card-related enrollment, while ER is just enrollment-related. What does this imply? Now, if you are using the CR, what this implies is that at the end of the exercise, you'll be entitled to the national identification number, and at the same time, you'll be entitled to the general multipurpose card. Do you get the point now? I said 2 things you'll be entitled to. The first thing under the CR model is you are going to be entitled to the national identification number, and at the same time, you'll be entitled to the general multipurpose card. Now, some of you may wonder, what is general multipurpose card? To a layman, you'll call it national ID card. But for us here in NIMC, we don't call it national ID card. Because when you call it national ID card, or some persons will say plastic ID card, or some persons will say permanent card, all those terminologies are totally wrong. But why are we telling you about them? Is because you are going to be our face, you are going to be our ambassadors. You are the face of NIMC in your respective location. So when people ask you about the terminologies that NIMC is using, you should be able to use the right terminologies. So that is why we are explaining these things to you. So back to what I was discussing. I said, when you use the CR module, you'll be entitled to 2 things. That is the NIN and the general multipurpose card. Now, why do we call the card general multipurpose card? It's because it has a lot of functionality. It is not just a card for identification purpose. It is a card that can do more than that. For example, on the card, we have what we call applets that can be integrated to different organizations. For example, we have the e-taxation, we have the e-driving license, we have the e-commerce. We have many applets, about 13 of them that is embedded in a card. Apart from that, that card can be used as a payment feature because you have a functionality on the card where you can take your general multipurpose card to any bank and then they can load money on your card and you can use that card for transaction anywhere all over the world.
So that makes what we do unique. And that is why we call it general multipurpose card. So those two things will be assigned to anybody that's using the CR new model. Now, the next model we'll have there is the ER new model. The ER new, as I mentioned, is for people that will be entitled to just the NIN and not the card. Now, when you see the two things, you'll be wondering what are they really meant for. We are going to delve more into that. I will tell you what they're meant for. But I'm just briefly telling you that the CR, when you use CR, you're entitled to two things. When you use ER, you are entitled to one thing. Now, the next module we'll have there is the CR modification. As the word stated, modification. That module is used to modify somebody that has already been enrolled into the National Identity Database. Now, you may wonder what is modification or why do we need modification? Modification is there for people that was captured, and due to one error or the other, there's a need for an update. And that is why we call it modification. And that CR modification is meant for adults. We are going to talk more on that when I get to talk about the two modules that I say you're going to be using. Now, the next one is the ER modification. It is used to modify people that was captured under the ER platform and needs to do an update to their records. Now, the next one we'll have is the card replacement. Now, why did they need to capture you when you want to replace your general multipurpose card? It may interest you to know that in NIMC, anything that is done in NIMC must be done physically. Nothing is done by proxy. So if a card was issued to you and then you misplace the card and there's a need for replacement, the person needs to approach the nearest NIMC office and then make it known to them that I've misplaced my card or my card has been damaged. The person will have to present fact and documentation to that effect. After which, the module will now enable the applicant to verify their fingerprint as they are sending the request to the back end. The back end is our database. So as they are sending the request to database, the person needs to present his fingerprint so that at the back end, the database will be able to match that fingerprint against what is existing. That is the only way that the server that will be in charge of printing another card will be triggered to do so. And that is why you need to be there presently. The next one is the card renewal module. Like I mentioned, just like the replacement. For renewal, the difference is that for you to use the renewal module, it is only for general multipurpose card that may have expired. If you damage your card, you are not expected to use the renewal module. You are only expected to use the replacement module. And then we have what we call the debt enrollment application. Now, NIMC is interested in capturing people from birth down to death. So when somebody is being given birth to, and when somebody dies, we need to have a record. We need to arrest the name at the point of death. Do you get the point? So when we are giving birth to, we capture you in NIMC. When you die, then we are going to arrest the name. But just as you know, we don't expect dead person in our office to come and arrest their name. For you to use the debt enrollment application module, it will require that a relative of the person will come and report to NIMC of the person's demise. And then the person will have to present document that will show that this person has died, and then whoever is reporting that death also must have NIN, because we will need to store it in our database. We don't want to have a case of somebody that was reported dead in 2020, we're now say the person alive in 2024. That means something is wrong. So whoever report that death at that time will be held responsible for that. That is why we have the debt enrollment application. Now, the last one we have there is the ER to CR migration module. Now, why do we have that module? That module is used to migrate a person's record in our database from being a child to an adult. When you capture with NIMSI, you are going to be using a particular module to capture. So if the module you use to capture, probably in 2020, the person is less than 16 years of age, and the person was captured as a child. Now, this person is an adult. Remember, I mentioned that a child will not be entitled to a card. Now, if this person is now an adult, the person needs to now come to NIMSI to say, I want to migrate my record to become an adult. The NIN will still be the same. Nothing will change about it. Just that at the database, the record will be upgraded from ER to CR, maintaining the same record and the same NIN. So we need to take note of that. So those are the 8 modules that we'll have in NIMSI, just for your knowledge purpose. But like I mentioned, only 2 modules you are expected to use for this exercise. NIMSI and ID4D is engaging you on. Now, what are those 2 modules you are going to be using? Move to the next slide. We'll have the CR new and the ER new. So I'm going to now be breaking this up so that you understand it properly. Now, for the CR new, like I mentioned, it is used to enroll an adult into the National Identity Database. But we all know that adulthood, according to Nigerian Constitution, begins from 18 years of age. But here in NIMSI, we brought down the threshold to 16. So when somebody is 16 years of age, we can capture the person as an adult into the National Identity Database. Okay, you may wonder, why are we doing so? The reason why we brought down the threshold is because from the age of 16, there is nothing about a person that can change. Your biometrics are fully matured. Everything about your fingerprint is there. Nothing about you can change. So that is why from 16 years of age, you can use the CR new to capture somebody into the database. But before you capture, there are requirements you must ensure or things you must do. The first thing is to ensure that the person is at least 16 years of age. The person should not be less, but can be more than 16. Another thing that you must do is to capture the biometrics of the person appropriately, following the quality we are going to be teaching you today. Now, biometrics involves what? Biometrics involves the person's fingerprint, the person's photo, the person's signature. Those are what we call biometrics capture. They are unique. Unlike demographics, biometrics is unique because, for example, if you look at name, my name is Ajayi Oluwaseun, but I am sure in Nigeria, if we are to look at how many Ajayi Oluwaseun we have, we may have more than 1,000, if not more. So that is not unique. But our fingerprint is unique. That is why fingerprint is our biometrics is unique. That is why it involves fingerprint, it involves signature, it involves photo capture. Now, the photo capture, what is unique about it is our iris. So that is why when you capture, ensure that the person looks direct into the camera so that the iris can also be captured, especially when we now turn it on, so that everybody can be identified properly. Now, the next requirement we have there is before you capture somebody, you request for a means of identification, or you call it proof of identity, POI. Now, remember that NIMSI is Identity Management Commission. But why are we not asking for an identity from somebody before we capture them? The reason is because if everybody walks up to NIMSI and start telling us who they are verbally, we will end up having different sort of people in our database. Even people will come and lie about their names, which is not. So that is why before you capture somebody into database, a proof of identification must be provided to you. Now, what is this proof of identification? We'll have several of them. You can pick up your pen and note some of them down. Now, we have the international passport, that is the Nigerian passport. is a means of identification. Your driver's license is a means of identification. Your voter's card is a means of identification. Your indigent letter is a means of identification. Your school ID card is a means of identification. Your WAEC result that has date of birth on it is a means of identification. You can present any of them. You can also present letter of attestation, especially for those who don't have any of these documents or they live in a place where to prove identity is quite difficult. So they can use a letter of attestation. Attestation letter can be signed by somebody within a community. Probably the chief in that community or the king of that community can sign to say, Mr. XYZ is a native of this community. I know him properly. Please accord him all the necessary assistance in order to be enrolled into the database. That can suffice for a means of identification. So there is nobody that can say, I don't have a means of identification. Everyone must present something. Now, what they are presenting to you is not as if you are going to collect it from them. You are going to scan it and return that identity back to them. We are going to teach you all that during the course of the training. Now, the next thing you are going to do under the CRNU is, after enrolling the applicant, ensure you give them their NIN. Their NIN is what you are expected to give them. At the point of NIN issuance, your contract with them has expired. Now, the general multipurpose card is going to be issued to them at NIMSI own time. But your own is to issue the NIN slip after a successful enrollment. Now, the second one we'll have is the ERNew. ERNew is the module that is meant to enroll a child. So if a child comes to your center with the parent and they have not enrolled the child before into our database, you are expected to use the ERNew to enroll them. So what are the requirements? Now, for a child to be enrolled, first of all, the child must be 15 years and below. Secondly, a child will not be expected to sign because signature is a biometrics. You don't expect a 1-year-old or a 6-month-old or a 2-year-old to have a signature. They can't have. That is why signature capture is not required for ERNew. But when it comes to the fingerprint and the photo, they should be captured appropriately. Although, if you are to capture a child that is very tender, their fingerprint may be difficult for you to capture. On the software, there's a provision for you to skip such a fingerprint. So you can skip for a child. Okay? So we are going to teach you more on that during the course of the training. Now, the next thing you have there is, before you capture a child, ensure that the parent or the guardian's NIN is available and valid before enrollment. What do I mean by this? Before you capture a child, make sure that the parent comes with their NIN slip. What would that do for you? When you get the NIN slip from the parent, you have the opportunity to check what is on the slip against what they fill on the form. Because if you are to capture a child and the parent detail is wrong from what we have in our database, that enrollment will not go through. So that is why we encourage you to always request for the parent's name slip before you capture the child. Now, even though you are capturing a child, ensure the parent or the guardian come with a means of identification. It must be provided. Because the truth of the matter is, if you don't collect a document and scan, the parent can say that I was not around, though I sent the guardians to bring my child to capture, and the guardian make a mistake. Or they may even say you are the one that make the mistake. But when you collect something, a document that has the information of the child on, then you will not have the problem. They will take care of their own problem. So we always encourage you to get a means of identification before enrollment. Now, for a child, the token you have to give to a child is the NIN slip only. No child will be given a general multipurpose card. It is only NIN slip that will be given to a child. Please move to the next slide. This is not the next one. Please scroll back. Scroll back. Aha. Now, the next thing we want to talk about is the method of doing enrollment. There are two methods of doing enrollment. We have what we call pre-enrollment method, and we have what we call the self-service method. As for the pre-enrollment method, what does it involve? It involves an applicant going to one of our center. Now, when the applicant gets to our center, sometimes there's a system there that the applicant will use to fill up their information online. Or, better still, the person can go to our website at his own convenience, house. Go to our website, www.nimsi.gov.ng, look for the online registration portal, then fill up your information on it. Then the applicant will come with a 2D barcode slip, like you can see on the screen. That 2D barcode slip, it is what you, as the enrollment officer, will now use to call up the information that was inputted on the internet. That is one method of doing enrollment. Now, this method, we initiated this method at the time when NIMSI is capturing plenty fields. Before now, NIMSI captured 87 fields. We are going to ask you for your father's name, your mother's name, your father's state of origin, your mother's state of origin, your next of kin, all of those information. But currently, under this program, under the ID for this program, we are not asking you to capture all those details. The only thing you need to capture now are the basic details of the people that present themselves before you. What is that basic details? Like the name, date of birth, nationality, address, country of origin, height, phone number, and email. Those are the things that is expected of you to capture now. Now, the second one we'll have as a method, please move forward, is the self-service method. The self-service method, please move next to the next slide. The self-service method involves an applicant walking to the enrollment center. He or she is given an enrollment form to fill with the guidance of the operator, if necessary, on how to fill the form. That is what is expected of you. When an applicant comes to the center, you give them a form to fill, let them fill the form. If they need any guidance, then you can tell them, okay, on how to fill the form. But there's something we need to avoid as an enrollment officer, as an ambassador of NIMSI. And what is that? On no account should you fill form for applicant. If applicant cannot read or write, let them come along with a relative who can do that on their behalf. It is very important. As the enrollment officer, you don't have any business filling form for applicant. Do you know that if you fill form for applicant and there's a problem with the form, what do you think they will say? They will say, nah, that man, no be waiting and tell him you're right. He wrote something differently. So that way, the problem is coming back to you. But when they tell you, I cannot read and write, you ask them, Mama, can you come with somebody, your son or your daughter or somebody? Even your landlord can do that from them, but not you as an enrollment officer. At least one person should know how to read and write. So please, we encourage you not to fill form on behalf of an applicant. If at any point we go on inspection and we notice that in your center you are filling form for applicant, it's a red flag for that center. So please take note of that. You are not expected to fill form for applicant. Please move forward to the next part of the training. Now, we have spoke about the software. We have talked about the method of doing enrollment. We have talked about the modules that we have in NIMSI. We said we have 8. And out of that 8, you are expected to use 2. Now, going forward, we want to talk about enrollment quality check, data quality check. What is the quality we are expecting from you, ambassadors of NIMSI? Now, we are going to be addressing some critical fields that you are expected to capture and how to go about it. Now, in doing this, we have prepared some do's and don'ts that we expect you to follow. Under the names, if you are to capture applicant names, recall names involves either the surname, the first name, and the middle name. Now, when you are capturing applicant names, what should you do as an enrollment officer? First of all, as an enrollment operator, you should verify and match the name carefully against the proof of document submitted. What do I mean by this? Take, for example, somebody comes to your center and wants to capture, and the person presents to you international passport, Nigeria international passport. You are expected to check the name on the passport against what the person is filling on the form. If there's any discrepancy, kindly reject such a document. It may interest you to know that if you note a problem on the document, some applicants will tell you, and don't worry, just use that one on the document like that. Please avoid that. If somebody comes with a document, and then when you are checking, and you ask the person, okay, your name here is different from what is on the document, and the person says, you say, that document, there's a problem on it. And you now tell him that, go and get me another document that does not have issue. And he say, I don't have another one, use it like that. Please ignore such request. The reason is because if you use that document like that, and the person has a problem tomorrow, the person will say, he told you, but you are the one that mandated him to use such document. So please don't force applicant to use a particular proof of identification. That is why we have several, about 9, 10 of them I mentioned earlier to you. So let them bring another one. It's very important. Another thing you should do when you are capturing name is to ensure that the applicant data is imputed accurately. How can you do this? Always check what the persons feel before you fill the form. Take, for example, your name is Mahmoud Yakubu. Now, the applicant before you, his name is also Mahmoud Yakubu. So because you are Mahmoud Yakubu, and you just glance through the record and you saw Mahmoud Yakubu filled on the form, you didn't even bother to check the spellings of the Mahmoud. You didn't bother to check the spellings of the Yakubu. And then you fill it based on the one you know. You may end up doing the wrong thing. And there is something will guide you on all of these things we are mentioning. There's a guiding rule. I call it PASS. That guiding rule is called PASS. PASS is spelled P-A-S. What does that mean? It means don't presume, do not assume, and do not suggest. Do not presume, do not assume, and do not suggest. So when you presume you know a name, you didn't bother to check, and you just type the name based on how you spell it. Meanwhile, your own Mahmoud, probably Mahmoud, your own Mahmoud is M-A-H-M-O-O-D. Meanwhile, my own Mahmoud is M-A-M-H-M-U-D. And you end up giving me double O-D. What have you done? You have altered my record. Just like that, because of your own carelessness of not checking. So all enrollment officers should be careful. Check what is imputed correctly before you impute on our system, on the software. Make sure that you see the spellings and you verify before you proceed. Now, another thing you should do is to ensure the applicant confirms to you that the information you have imputed is correct before you proceed. Now, what do I mean here? When you are capturing an applicant, don't just tight your mouth. Don't just close your mouth and frown as if you are doing them a favor. Always engage your applicant. Talk to them. Engage them. Some applicants are sitting before you, expecting that you capture them, but their mind is not there. You are going to be using Android device. So Android device is even prone to more error. So that means you need to engage your applicant. Don't just assume that as you are typing, maybe they are looking at you. They should tell you when you are wrong. No, engage them. Sir, can you just look at your name? Your name is Ajayi, Ajayyi. Is that correct? Yeah, yes, it's correct. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's how you should engage them. Some applicants, while you are typing, their mind is elsewhere. Probably they have some challenges at home before coming. Some persons maybe even be admiring you when you are typing. You are typing, they are looking at how handsome is this man? How beautiful is this lady? That is what they are doing. And you did not engage them. You are just typing. At the end of the day, they will be the first to see your error. So always engage your applicant when you are doing enrollment. Another thing you should do is to ensure that the applicant sign on any corrected data. When you are doing enrollment, ensure that if there's any reason for you to cross or to correct something, let them sign against it to show that they are the one that made such correction. Some years ago, when I went to the bank, I wanted to collect the money and I make a mistake on the teller and the man say, I should sign here, I should sign here. I was like, what is this? This is not my money. But when I joined NIMSI, I now understand the implication of not allowing people to sign, because that place that I made that correction, anybody can add anything there. But for you to sign shows that you are the one that made that correction. So please, when they make any correction, let them sign. Now let's go to don'ts on names. What should you not do? We don't allow initials for applicant. What is initials? Some persons use acronym for their names, like some person can be Biani, Dayo, Kaya, or the A. That A can be Alaji. That A can be Akintoye. Can be anything. So we don't want to see something like that in our database. A is not a name. B is not a name. Some person will say, yeah, put AA there, or put AB there, or put KC there. KC is not a name. KC can be Kelechi, can be Kazim, can be anything. So we don't want that. Let them write their name in full when they are doing to do enrollment. Another thing we do not accept is suggestion. Like I mentioned to you, pass. Don't presume, don't assume, and don't suggest. Now, how can this happen? Take, for example, somebody comes to your center and he wants to enroll. And then you ask for the document the person is expected to present. And the person gave you the document. Now, you glance through the document. After going through the document, you now say to the person that, everything is okay, let me start typing. So when you're about typing, the person now raises up his hand. You say, what is the problem, sir? He said, there's a problem in what you are typing. He said, what is it? He said, something is worrying me. In my BVN, this is not my name. What we are seeing here is different from what is in my school document. But I am confused. Do you think I should continue with this name? Or the person is telling you that in my BVN, the first name is the middle name. The middle name is the first name. He's now asking you, which one should you go with? Do you think I should just maintain the one in the BVN, or should I do the one in my immigration document? And you too, as a enrollment officer, you feel you are nice. You are now telling the person that, you see, that one in immigration is the important one. Follow that one. The person will thank you. The person will be happy. But let me tell you the danger there. At that moment, you are going to be in good terms. But when the person now probably go to the bank, and then the bank now tells him that you cannot collect money, the information here is different from what you have on our own BVN here. What do you think will happen? And maybe the money is a huge money that the person is really need of money. What do you think will happen? The person will come back to your center. This time around, they will not be smiling. You hear things like this. Or that thing we will do that time, work. You'll be wondering, what did we do? He will tell you, now, shall I tell you, say, my voter's card, my international passport, this is the name. And the one in BVN, this is the name. You say, make I use that one already for international passport. Now, I go bank. I get like 500,000 there. And I get person where I won't carry go hospital that is sick. How do I do it now? What thing we go do? What does that mean is that the person has already put you under pressure. The pressure is you must find solution to the problem. And why is it like that? It's because you involve yourself in the decision making. So avoid that. Avoid engaging yourself in decision making process for an applicant. Don't suggest to them. Don't presume. Don't assume. And then you may wonder, somebody is asking you something like that. What should you do? Should you just go mute? Won't you answer them? Of course you are going to answer them. But what are you expected to tell them? When they tell you, my name in BVN is different from you, say, thank you, sir. I appreciate you confiding in me. I appreciate that. But I will not be in the position to tell you which of the name you should use. But what I'm going to advise you is whatever name you are going to use, ensure you go and formalize your document in other places. That way, you have removed yourself from the decision-making process. The person will go and find solution. And then if at the end of the day, the person goes along with that same name, the person will not come and tell you tomorrow that that thing we will do. Instead, the person will say, Oga, you know, say that day you tell me, say, make I go do my document where I no go do more. Waiting I go fit do now. There's difference from waiting I go do and waiting we go do. So waiting I go do means that the person is accepting the mistake and will not blame you. But waiting we go do means you must find solution. That is why in the past, you will see a government officer that they are lobbying to find solution to applicants' problem. And it's not as if it's their problem, but because they have involved themselves in the way they should not, they must find solution. So please, going forward, we want to encourage each and every one of you to avoid these things. We do it often, but it is wrong. Don't suggest to applicant. It's totally wrong. Now let's move to the next part. That is gender. Please, you are expected to check applicant's gender properly before imputing. In Nigeria, there are only two genders that is accepted. It's either you are a man or you are a woman. No other gender is accepted here in Nigeria. So when you come across those people that call themselves cross-dresser, Bobrisky and the likes, let them select one. Either a man or is the person a woman, you select one and go. But on your own part, don't go and call a man a woman because you are in a hurry to capture. Please avoid that. Updating gender is very, very difficult. So please, don't make mistake. Be careful when you are filling applicant's gender. Now, the next one is the age. If you are to capture applicant's date of birth, ensure you check the document against what is filled on the form. Some document does not have date of birth on it, so you don't have a problem with that. But if the document has a date of birth on it, make sure you check what is on the document against what is on the form. But don't mandate applicant to use what is on that document if they said it's wrong. If an applicant tells you that that name or that date of birth on that document is wrong, let them get you another document. Don't force them. Even if they say they want to, reject it so that they will not blame you tomorrow. Now, still on age, what should you avoid? When you are capturing applicants, like I mentioned, do not suggest. Like people will tell you, I want to go and join force. They say they want 25 years old. And me, I'm 28 old. Make I just call 3 years old. You know, go affect me, but you say yes. Don't do that. Don't suggest to them. Another thing you should not do is presumption. For example, assumption, I mean. Somebody comes before you and he wants to capture, and the person fills on the form that he is 20 years old, according to the date of birth on the form. And then you that you are capturing the person, you are like, how can I be older than this man in front of me? Or how can this man be older than me? Because of that, you are rejecting the person. It's wrong. So far, you are not the parent of an applicant. You cannot know their true age. Because some people look older, while some people look younger than their age. So because you will not know who is lying, it is not your duty to start scrutinizing people's age. Does it mean that people don't lie? I'm not saying that. People lie a lot, especially when it comes to age. But what should you do in that instance? Let them know the implication of lying to NIMSI. Our slogan says, enroll once and be identified for life. So what does this mean is that some critical data about you, when you enroll it now, it becomes your own for life. So if the person is lying, maybe the person is actually 35 years old and is claiming to be 25 years old, tell them the implication and leave them. If they want to continue with that, no wahala. If tomorrow there's a problem, they will apply for date of birth modification. NIMSI will still not do it for them because they had lied in the past. We don't change date of birth in NIMSI. What we do is called DOB modification. There's a difference between modification and change. They look similar, but they are different. Modification means it's done as a result of an error. So that means you must have overwhelming document to back up your claim. But change is change. You can just change things based on how you want to do. Maybe you are 30, you just want to adopt 20. That is a change. We don't do that. What we do is modification. So that means before you do a date of birth modification, there must be overwhelming document to show that there was actually an error in the first instance. So you see the danger, right? So please, let's take note of this. It's very important. Now, going to the address. When you are filling applicant address, ensure you capture the address in full, including house number, the name, the street, the city, the town. In some country, for example, in the US, they use county. You involve the county, and then if you have to capture somebody that lives in a place like I live, where there is no number, they can now use a landmark to describe where they live. For example, I'm going to use Abuja, for example. If you are in Abuja, some persons know that there are some areas in Abuja. I'm not talking of Maitama. I'm not talking of Wuse. When we leave that area, we'll start going to Yanya, we start going to, what's it called, Pape. You see some areas there that they don't have number. So you may come across such people. What do you do? What we are expected to do is to use your interviewing skill to get that their address. So how do you do that? Somebody say, where do you live? You say, I'm living in a Pape, Abuja. Where in Pape? You say, that place no get number. Oga, tell me now, make I write something. You say, that place, Oga, no number there. So what do? You become frustrated. Please do not be frustrated. See what you are going to do. Encourage the person or thank the person for at least telling you he is living in Pape. Now, you will now ask the person, in that Pape where you live, that area, which did they call them for Pape? I said that place that they call them Angwan Fulani. Write it down, Angwan Fulani. You will now ask the person, in Angwan Fulani, he get church, mosque, or school, or hotel where they there. He say, one school they there. You can't ask him, waiting with the name of the school. He say, Amazing Grace International School. Note it down, Amazing Grace International School. Then ask him, how is the school to your house? The person say, see the school, see my house. Meaning that he is living opposite Amazing Grace International School, Angwan Fulani, Pape, Abuja, Nigeria. Have you gotten an address, friends? You have gotten an address that way. So that is what you're expected to do. Always engage them. Always interview them properly. That way you get the address. Now, what should you avoid? When you are filling address, ensure you avoid filling up address line 2. There is a box for address line 1. There is a box for address line 2. Make sure that it is only address line 1 you are using. That address line 2 should be left blank. Don't fill anything there. Another thing you should avoid when filling address is repetition. For example, on the software, we have a place of country. We have a place of state. We have a place of local government. We have a place for town. Now, let's say, for example, you are living, the person is living in number 11 Sokode Crescent, Wuse, Abuja, Nigeria. Now, they ask for the address, the town, you say Wuse, the country, Nigeria, the state, Abuja, local government, Amak. What is remaining from the address? It is 11 Sokode Crescent, Zone 5. So that is what you are going to put in address line 1. Don't go and say number, after you've put town, Wuse, you've put country, Nigeria, you've put state, FCT. You now go to address line 1, you are now writing again. Number 11, Sokode Street, Sokode Crescent, Zone 5, Wuse, Abuja, Nigeria. What have you done? You have repeated yourself. So avoid repetition. Use what we call elimination method. When you have filled the name, the state, remove it. The country, remove it. The local government, remove it. The town, remove it. The remaining ones is what you are going to put in address line 1. I hope you are all following through. That is what we are expected to do. Now, the next one we have there is photo capture, photographs. When you are to capture the applicant's photographs, ensure that you capture it properly as per the guideline provided by NIMSI. What does this involve? When you are capturing the photographs, it should not be too dark nor too bright. Ensure that that place is properly illuminated. Illumination means there's enough lighting in the room. So if you are to capture somebody, don't just stay outside because you are using an Android device. You don't stay outside under a shade. You will not get good capture that way. So if you want to capture, ensure you are in an enclosed place that has enough lighting. That way, you have to capture well. Another thing you should ensure is the background. Ensure you have the appropriate background. That means for you to capture, you need to have a light gray background, a background that is light gray. Some persons may not have that backdrop. You can use a thick cloth that is gray, light gray, a light gray thick cloth at the background. It's very, very important you do that. But when you are capturing an applicant's picture, ensure you avoid what we call noise. Noise is something that obstructs a picture. For example, you are capturing somebody's picture and somebody is showing behind. Or you are capturing the picture, there's a clock behind. Or there's a window behind. We don't want such picture. When you capture picture, let the background be pure gray, light gray color. Nothing more. Just the person and the background. That is what we expect you to capture with. Please, picture capture is very important. Unlike before, much attention is not, probably NIMSI doesn't pay more attention to picture capture. We are not really disciplined people. But under the ID4D, it is not going to be used business as usual. If you don't capture well, you are not going to be paid for. And at the same time, your license, you may lose it. So please, pay attention to your picture capture is very, very important. Another thing you should ensure when you are capturing picture is that the forehead and the chin should show. Make sure the applicant's forehead and the applicant's chin is showing. For example, when you capture, don't capture somebody that is wearing face cap. Don't capture somebody that is wearing any form of cap, even not face cap, Babariga cap, the Western cap, any kind of cap is not allowed. Please tell the people to remove their cap politely. Some persons are not just wearing cap because they just want to be on fashion. Some persons wear cap because it's a title. So it may be insulting to some of them when you tell Oga, remove your cap. That is not how to go about it. When you come across a king or a chief, what should you do? Can you tell a king to just remove your cap that way? You know, you may not live there that day. They may lock you up because probably it may look insulting to the king. But if you know you are going to have such dignitary, you can go through their aides. Let them know what is required of them for them to capture. The aides will know the appropriate time and the appropriate approach to the king. in order to let the king know why they need to remove their cap. Another thing is you need to explain to them why cap is not allowed. Let them know that the picture you are going to capture must follow a standard. That standard is called ICAO standard. ICAO is spelled International Civil Aviation Organization Standard. The picture must follow such a standard. It's very, very important. So please let them know that the standard is so that the picture can be acceptable internationally. So let them know the implication and then remove it. Another thing you should do is to ensure that the applicant you are capturing is not looking up or looking down. Let them be focused on the camera. If you are capturing an applicant and is looking elsewhere, that is not a good picture capture. Even if the system tells you it's good, by yourself, look at the picture. Does this picture look nice to you? If it's not nice, then kindly recapture is what we advise. Another thing we advise is not to capture with eyeglasses. Encourage them. Beg them to kindly remove their eyeglasses before you capture. So that when we capture, we'll be able to get their iris as well when you are doing their picture capture. It's very important that you do so. Some persons or some ladies, their hairstyle become a challenge. They call one the Chinese style, the one that will cover almost the forehead. Different kind of style they have. So when you come across such applicants, beg them, let them know the importance of what you want to do. If possible, you may have some rubber bands that will enable them to pack their hair properly. Because either you are capturing a man or a woman, we need to see both the forehead, the chin, and the two ears. The only category of persons that we don't need to see their foreheads are only the ones we call the Ajias. People wearing hijab. If you are wearing hijab, your ear may not show, but we need to see the forehead and the chin. Any other form of dressing is not allowed. There's another one they call niqab. That one covers the entire face. We don't want such. If you want to capture somebody and the person is on niqab, kindly ask the person which one is better for the person. Maybe the person don't want a man to capture him or her. You can arrange for an enroller that is a woman to go and capture such ones. And by so doing, they remove their niqab for that moment, and then you capture them. That is what we expect you to do. So please, let's pay attention to our photo capture. It's very important. Now, the next thing we want to talk about will be some certain scenarios that may play out at your respective center. Before now, I usually make it more like an interactive session. But given the audience we have in thousands, that will not be possible. Time will fail us if we are to go into interactive session. But please pay attention. I will share the slide with you. You are going to see the scenarios, and then I will speak to those scenarios. Please move to the next slide. So you are going to look at the screen. You see a scenario of an Igbo lady from Anambra State, Nigeria, who married a British man, and due to their marriage, she also has a British citizenship. Now, the British man has two lovely children with her, and then they came to Nigeria on holidays, and they realized that they are enrolling people in Nigeria into the NIDB. And then these people come to you and say they want to capture the entire family, the man, the woman, and their children. If you are the enrollment officer, what will you do? I know some of you are already saying, I will capture them. Some are saying, I will not capture them. Some of you will say, I will capture only the woman. I will not capture the children and the husband. Some of you will say, I will capture the woman and her children. I will not capture the man. While some of you will say, I will not capture any one of them. Everybody may have different opinion as regards this. But during the course of this training, I'm going to tell us what we're expected to do. But before that, This is the first scenario. It is of a woman who married a British man. So I will play the second scenario before I now tell us what to do. Don't worry, I'm addressing them. So move to the second scenario. I already told you what you are going to say. Some persons will say I will capture them. Some will say I will not capture. I already envisage what you will say. But before I go into that, look at the second scenario this time around. This one is a Yoruba man from Oyo State. This man married a British woman, and because of that, he has a British citizenship. This man relocated to Nigeria and he said he wants to enroll. Now, if you are the enrollment officer, will you enroll this man and his family? At this point, some of you are already getting confused. Why? Some people will say, I will capture all of them. Some persons will say, I will not capture the wife. I will only capture the man and the children. Some persons are already saying that it's the man that owns the children. So I will capture the man and his children. And in the first scenario, I will capture the woman. I will not capture her children because the man is the owner of the children. While some persons will say the man married the woman, and when you marry a woman in Nigeria, that woman, when you marry to a foreigner and you're a Nigerian, your wife automatically becomes a Nigerian. Many scenarios is playing in your head right now. But please, pay attention to this. I will give you the solution to these two scenarios. Now, for you to be able to excel in doing this work, for you not to enter issue, you need to understand Nigerian citizenship very well. If you have not read about Nigerian citizenship and constitution, please, you can lay your hands on any document as regard that and read more on it. But for the benefit of this class, I will tell us what we're expected to do. Now, in Nigeria, there are three ways of becoming a citizenship of Nigeria. A citizen of Nigeria. There are three ways. It's either you become a Nigerian by birth, or by naturalization, or by registration. Those are the three ways of you becoming a Nigerian citizen: by birth, by naturalization, or by registration. Now let's break each one of them down. When they say you are a Nigerian by birth, what does it mean? A Nigerian by birth means not because you were born in Nigeria. It means you are giving birth to by a Nigerian parent. So if your father or your mother is a Nigerian, automatically you are also a Nigerian by birth. Are we together? So by virtue of the birth through one of your parents makes you automatically a Nigerian by birth. Now, if you look at these two scenarios, the children, are they Nigerians? Based on my explanation now, yes is the answer. Because one of their parents is a Nigerian, that makes them a Nigerian by birth. So in the first scenario and the second scenario, the children is expected to be captured. You recall when I was mentioning the ways of becoming a citizen of Nigeria, I did not say by marriage. But does it mean when you marry a Nigerian person, you don't have hope? Not at all. But what this means is that if you get married to a Nigerian person, or a Nigerian person gets married to you, it means that the person will have to come to Nigeria. The person will have to live in Nigeria for a while, for within 10 to 15 years, before the person can now apply to want to become a Nigerian by registration. So either you are registering as a by registration, you must be in Nigeria, you must live in Nigeria for that period. So if you look at the two scenarios, you will notice that none of the spouses were living in Nigeria. The only one is just relocating, while the other one was the other man is a British that came for visit. So that means from these two scenarios, the spouses does not qualify. the white man and the white woman does not qualify to be captured. Because in Nigeria, you don't have automatic citizenship by marriage. Do we get the point now? In some country they do, but in Nigeria it is not like that. Please, let's take note of this. It is very, very important. If you are on the field, you come across an issue that you don't understand how to go about it. Speak with your company. Your company will speak with NIMSI in order to get clarification. Don't just rush and go and be capturing foreigners and capturing them as a Nigerian. Remember, you are to capture foreigners. But for you to capture foreigner, you are not capturing them as a Nigerian. You are capturing them as a legal resident. And all foreigners that you are to capture into our database must present what we call SEPAC card. SEPAC card. SEPAC is spelled CERPAC. That card is issued by Nigeria Immigration Service. So before you capture a foreigner, the foreigner must present what we call a SEPAC card. It's very, very important. So from these two scenarios, the spouses will not be captured, the white woman and the white woman will not be captured. What about the Igbo woman and the Nigerian man? Can they be captured? The answer is yes. Because under Nigerian Constitution, it allows for dual citizenship. You can be a Nigerian and become also a citizen of another country. Nigeria allows that. So that is why that woman and that man, the black woman and the black man, can be captured because they are Nigerians by birth. Do we get the point now? Now, let's move to the next scenario so that we will now analyze another one. This third scenario speaks about an elderly white man who is 65 years old and was born in Nigeria and has been living in Nigeria all his life. The man can speak Yoruba language, the man can speak Igbo language, and he can speak Hausa language fluently. He visited your center and told you he wants to capture himself as a Nigerian. Probably he brought a driver's license. You know, driver's license, anybody can have it. Both foreigners and Nigerians can have a driver's license. So maybe the man came with a driver's license and he's telling you that I'm not a foreigner, I'm a Nigerian. Does this man qualify to be captured? Another scenario. I know some of you will say yes. Some of you will say no. You already confirmed it. Somebody say yes. Somebody say no. So everybody have different opinion on this. But please pay attention. Now, this man is actually a Nigerian, but he's a Nigerian by bonanza. Now, under our constitution, there's a place in our constitution that says that if you are born in Nigeria before independence, automatically you become a Nigerian. For those that were born in Nigeria before independence. Now, how old is Nigeria? How old is this man? Meaning this man is older than Nigeria. So and he was born in Nigeria. He has documents to back it up that he was born in Nigeria before independence. He is qualified to be captured as a Nigerian. However, he will need to present his indigenous certificate to show that the state is coming from is recognized from that state as well. So you have to show you that. But there are very few persons that fall under this category. If you go to a country like a state like Jos, if you get to a state like River State, you will see some white men that, or you hear some names that it's not really Nigerian thing, but they are Nigerians. It's because of that bonanza that happened then. So that is what makes this man qualify. Now, some of you will say, if I'm born in Nigeria and I've lived in Nigeria all my life, am I not a Nigerian? The answer to that is no. For you to become a Nigerian by naturalization, it means you must have lived in Nigeria consecutively for a period of 15 years before you can apply. If you are born in US, by the virtue of being given birth to in US, you are a US citizen. If you are born in Canada, by the virtue of being given birth to in Canada, you are a Canadian citizen. But you see, in this our Nigeria, if they give birth to you in Nigeria, you are not a Nigerian citizen. It's funny, right? But that is the constitution. So before somebody can say I'm a Nigerian, meaning that the person must have been living in Nigeria consecutively for a period of 15 years. After that, the person will now apply to become a Nigerian. Now, the person may be given and the person may be rejected. It's based on the person's behavior. If you have behaved yourself well, you approach the Ministry of Interior with your application, then you can be granted citizenship or you may not. But anybody that you are to capture in Nigeria as a Nigerian, maybe a white person that has naturalized himself, the person must have the following documents. Please take note of them. Before you capture somebody as a naturalized Nigeria, the person must have the following document. Please take note. Number 1, oath of allegiance to Nigerian government. Number 2, naturalization or citizenship certificate. The person must have it. Number 3, the person must have a state of origin certificate. Number 4, the person must have Nigerian international passport. So those 4 documents must be present before you capture somebody as a Nigerian by naturalization. I hope you are all following. Please, let's get your response from the chat. Do you all understand what I'm explaining? What's their response? Please, you can respond on the chat if you understand me properly. All right. So for you to capture somebody as a naturalized Nigeria, the person must have those 4 documents. The first one, oath of allegiance. The second one, citizenship or naturalization certificate. The third one, the person must have a state of origin certificate. And the final one, the person must have international passport for the person to be captured as a naturalized Nigerian. Now, if the person is not saying I'm a Nigerian, the person is saying I'm from US, but I'm living in Nigeria legally, what should you collect from the person? You are going to collect SEPA card. SEPA card is issued by Nigerian Immigration Service. You must collect that. Are we together? So when you are capturing the person, when you get to nationality, the person nationality is not going to be Nigerian. The person nationality is going to be his or her country. However, the person is living in Nigeria. So it's different from capturing somebody nationality as a Nigerian. Meanwhile, the person is not a Nigerian. There are implications to that. If you capture somebody as a Nigerian, meanwhile, the person is not a Nigerian, there are implications to that. Let me scare you a little. Some people have captured in the past, and then they have done some shady things, and they feel they're scaled through. But I can tell you, you have not scaled through. Now, before you are allowed to do enrollment, your NIN was collected, your phone number, your details were collected by NIMSI, especially your NIN, before a user is created for you. Now, for anybody you capture, your information is attached to that person as the person that captured. The center the person captured is there. The date is there. So take, for example, now, you probably shadily capture somebody from Chad or from Benin Republic or from another country as a Nigerian. And then the person committed a fraud or something happened and require investigation. And from the police investigation or whoever is investigating the person, they now check the person data, probably through the fingerprint they saw on the scene. Then I found out the person was captured in NIMSI as a Nigerian. Meanwhile, investigation reveals that the person is not a Nigerian. What do you think will happen? They will ask NIMSI who captured the person, and then NIMSI will gladly release your details, and then you become wanted. So it can be as easy as that. So please, what you are expected to do, or this project you are going to engage yourself in, is a very, very delicate one. If you are coming to this project because you want to make quick money, this is not the right place for you, because eventually you will enter problem. So I don't want you to enter problem because you are looking for quick money to go and do any form of registration that is illegal. So please capture the right people into the database. Don't just capture anybody. It's very important you take note of this. So let's move to the final scenario. The final scenario, please move ahead. Let's move to the final scenario. All right. This one will have of a young man who happens to be from your hometown. You know him very well, but he has stayed a very long time in London. So he came home, and then he came with his British passport. He's not with his Nigerian passport. So because you know him, he approached your center and he said he wants to capture. In his British passport, his name is there, as the one you know. He stated that he's a he was born in Nigeria in the passport, but it is a British passport the person is presenting to you. Will you capture this person? Yes or no? Again, some will say yes, some will say no. All right, please pay attention. The reason you have this scenario is to educate you that you don't capture people because of your personal relationship with them. You don't capture people because you know them. You capture people based on the process they are being told to follow. So what is the process you are told to follow? You are told to request for a proof of identification. And if you will remember, or let me say recall, all the documents that I've been asking you to collect, I have never mentioned a foreign document. For this exercise, we don't want any foreign document. It's only Nigeria issued document you are expected to use for enrollment, even for a foreigner. That is why we said for foreigners, collect their SEPA card. You don't need their country passport. You only need SEPA card, and SEPA card is issued by Nigerian immigration. So please take note of this. If we come on inspection and we find out that you capture some persons using a foreign document, you'll be held responsible. Because it is you that know the person. Me, I don't know the person. And if I'm for investigation, I notice that you captured a British, because a British passport means a British citizen rather. So you cannot capture a British citizen as a Nigerian citizen, even though we allow for dual citizenship. Anytime you are on Nigerian soil, you need to provide Nigerian document. All those foreign boys that men that were brought to play for Nigeria, those footballers, some of them have not been to Nigeria before. But before you play for Nigeria, you must have a Nigerian international passport for you to do that. So that is why anything you are doing in Nigeria, even though you have dual citizenship, when you are in Nigerian, you want to capture into a Nigerian database, you need to present your Nigerian document. I hope this is clear. Please do not collect any document that is not Nigerian issued. Now, we are getting gradually to the end of this session. Please let me move ahead. I'll briefly proceed. Just proceed. Okay, just proceed. We are going to, sorry, that's it. Come back. We are going to enrollment hardware, maintenance and troubleshooting. Like we know, hardware is a physical part of a computer. That is the layman terms. But for enrollment, we said enrollment hardware are all those things that enables you to be able to do enrollment, to be able to enroll Nigeria into the National Identity Database. So what we just talked about earlier is the software. The hardware is the device itself. And like I mentioned, the device we are going to be using is an Android enrollment device. So for now, there are some devices that, like you are seeing on the screen, is like a combo. A combo means a combination of some gadgets together in one gadget. So the combo involves fingerprint and then an Android screen all together. You can get such a device. Another thing you can do is to get a tab, a phone tab, and also get a get a fingerprint scanner, and then using there's something we call OTG. That device will enable your fingerprint to work with Android, because the OTG is like a Type C to USB. So you can connect your device USB to that USB while it connects to the Type C cable. That will enable that device to work. So you can either use a combined device, or you buy an Android tab and a fingerprint to work together. Now, the most interesting thing about Android is because Android is you can move it easily. And the maintenance of Android device is not like that of a Windows device. So, like I mentioned earlier, we are going to be using an Android device. And at the same time, you need to know how to maintain those devices. So the first thing we'll talk about maintenance is to ensure that your device is clean all the time. Avoid placing food or liquid near your enrollment gadget. Always shut down your device properly after usage. It is very important. Now, if your Android device is not coming up, it could be as a result of power. Maybe the battery has drained. Plug it to the light, allow it some time to have some, some battery level before you power it on. At least you should be on 20% before you power the device on. And at the same time, when you are plugging your device to a power source, you cannot use that same device to capture at that moment. So it means you need to remove it from a power source before you capture, or else if you are trying to capture and it's plugged to a light, the fingerprint part may not work. Do you get it now? If your device is hanging, what should you do? Either you do an hard reset. Hard reset means you press down that button beside and the power off button, and then you power it off, then on it again. It's expected to work. So those are those things you may encounter. Another thing you may encounter is your SDK. SDK means the application itself. The application itself that was installed on your system, the one that hosts the application. So if it's an SDK problem, what should you do? Kindly close the application and restart the device. Then you'll be able to work for the time being. Please move ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Now, if you are using Android device, there are still more things you need to use or you need to get that form part of enrollment device. You need to get an height measuring gauge. The height measuring gauge must be in centimeters. We don't want 5.5, 5.6, 5.7. It has to be in centimeters. And then your backdrop should be gray color, not white. I think when we were checking on the internet, we do not see gray color for a sample. That's why that thing looks like a white. But it's not white. For you, get a gray color backdrop. Now, on the last one, you can see that thing is called a 2D barcode scanner. That is if you are going to be collecting records from people that went online to go and input their information. You use this scanner to populate their information. Although on the Android device, you don't even need this 2D barcode scanner. You may not really need it, but it's just there for you to have a knowledge of how it looks. And then the last thing there is the printer. The device itself has its own embedded printer. But if it's not working, you can get a wireless printer. Wireless printer, then you connect it. So when you finish doing enrollment, you set it online and then you print the name slip for the applicant. So basically, we have been able to show you so far how our software and our hardware looks like. I hope you all understand this, and then if you are given a system to enroll today, you already know what to do. I want to believe so. Is that so? Comment from you guys. Is that so? Comment from you guys on your chat. Is there a response from the chat? Thank you so much for listening to me. Once again, I am Ajayi Oluwaseun. So from now, I'll be taking your feedback, your question. For things that I have not addressed, you can ask your question. I'll be willing to answer you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we.
I can. Okay. Where do you want to start? Just. Okay, just stay here. All right, it's question time. I'm trying to get your questions. Okay, one of my EOs was almost captured in Gobi Urawa Dam Musa local government area of Katsina State, but was saved by the new enrollment it does in the village nearby. I don't testimony to my fellow EOs. Okay, all right, this person is I think he was addressing it when I was talking about people that were capturing, that may be capturing foreigners, they may enter problem. All right, I think that's where he was taking. Okay, the next one, anonymous attendee. You don't have a name, so let's leave that one. Now, Trust. Who is Trust Crescent Limited? No, we don't want that. That's the company name. So what is the person's name? Okay, good day. Thanks for all the lectures. My question is, when someone is having any disability or maybe that person is facing difficulty with maybe thumbprint, how can a problem be solved? Don't worry, tomorrow we are going to tell you how to capture. Today is just familiarizing you with our software and how to use the software. So tomorrow we are going to show you in practical, both in practical and also we'll show you picture format on what to do. That will be addressed tomorrow by God's grace. Now, Amamuzia say, good afternoon and thanks for the lecture so far. Can I use BVN as a means of identity? I'm asking because I normally ask for BVN to prevent mistake in names when it comes to BVN. Amuze, thank you for your question. Like I said, the only thing you are going to be using for enrollment is the CR new and the ER new. That is what we are going to allow you to use for enrollment. Now, under the CR new, there's no place that requests for BVN as a purpose for you to use to capture. Now, people that are using BVN or request for BVN is for you to identify if the person has captured before. So that if the person has captured, you now do a modification for the person. Now, the software we are going to deploy has what we call pre-verification check. So once you check somebody and the person brought out a BVN record, you will not be able to capture the person. You have to direct the person to a NIMSI office. That is where the person will be captured for a BVN modification. So BVN modification is not what you are expected to do. It will be done at our NIMSI office. ID4D will not pay you for a BVN record because those BVN records are already in our database. They already have a name. But what ID4D will pay you for is the fresh name that you generate. So you know now it's like a wasting of time when you see an applicant that has a BVN. So BVN is not a means of identification at all. That is why it's not mentioned there. So please use the right one. All right. Okay, can stop. We are taking it at random. So if I don't pick yours, so sorry. I've addressed fingerprint. Tomorrow, we will speak on the process of capturing. Today, like I mentioned, we are only showing you the application and what to take note when you are capturing. Tomorrow, we are going to speak further on fingerprint. I did not mention it today because it is part of what my colleague is going to mention tomorrow. So I don't want to preempt the class. That is why I didn't go depth into fingerprint capture. Tomorrow, my colleague is going to mention that to you so that you understand. Please, is it must we use a light gray background? Yes, light gray background is a must. Please, let's take note of that. When you use a white background, it tends to allow for more, what's it called, shadows. And you cannot be capturing picture where you'll be seeing shadow behind. But light gray background does not really have shadow in them. And when you have enough lighting, it will also aid the picture you are expected to capture. Very important. So please move forward. Let's take. All right. Now here technology solution. He said, thanks for the lecture, sir. I am Etara Kumbo. Sorry if I don't pronounce your name properly, from Delta State. Please, my question is, can we verify who have been captured before when capturing people? Yes, I just mentioned that the software has something we call verification before enrollment. You need to verify people either using their fingerprint or their names or their phone numbers before you proceed to capture them. The application we are going to be deploying has that functionality. Thank you on that. Okay, and then if it's offline, there's also the facility is also there. Even if it's offline, you can still verify. Or if you capture them offline, and then probably at that time you cannot verify. By the time you come online, the system is going to check. For those who have enrolled before, they will not get a NIN again. But those who don't have a NIN before, a NIN will be generated for them. Is that okay? All right. Who is buying Android for you? I say there's a common question you are asking. Okay, that's good. I think you want to do business. If somebody is doing business and the person wants to make money from the business, then the person has to invest in that business. So I think I answered that question. So I'm not telling you who is buying for you, but I'm only telling you if you are doing a business, you need to invest in your business. I think that answered that question. Can you enroll somebody that is disabled? For now, you are not allowed for now. It's only going to be captured in NIMSI office or some selected persons or centers that will be allowed to do that. So we will not be teaching you how to capture disability, but if you come across applicant that does not have fingerprints or that does not have hand at all, there will be designated areas you can send them to that they will be captured. I hope that is clear. Okay. More question. All right. I hope we'll be taught on how to modify date of birth. All right. Edna Basi, I believe this question came before I answer. You are not expected to do modification. I only mentioned to you 2 modules out of the 8 we have in MC that you are only to do the CR new and the ER new. That is fresh adult enrollment and fresh child enrollment. So please, bye-bye to date of birth modification. You know you to do that. All right. So the person should use self-service for such. My name is Adeyemi. My question is that is there always timeout on the NIMSI app? For instance, 20, 30 minutes and then a restart. Okay, well, it's part of the control measures that is always deployed on a software. A software that you are not, even your laptop, if you don't use your laptop for a while, it is always time to sleep. so that the device is going to function properly. So every application has its own time lag that if you don't use within that period, then it may not work properly. You may have to restart. And so if you are not going to use the device for a particular time, kindly shut down the device. And when you are ready to use, you put it on. One more. Scroll down more, scroll down more, scroll down more to other people. Do you believe it's the same person? Okay. Good. Okay, who is asking? Somebody is asking for enrollment license. Okay. Okay. You see, anything regarding license, is not something that you should bother your head about. All right. So let your company head do that on your behalf. So whatever is the decision between ID4D and your company head, they are going to relate that information across to you. Please take note of that. Move up, move up. Okay. All right. Somebody asked a question. Can I retrieve, sir, how can we retrieve, I believe that's what you're right. How can we retrieve someone's lost NIN slip? Does NIMSI have such portal? Well, NIMSI have such portal. If you go to the NIMSI Play Store, just look for NIMSI app. From that NIMSI app, you download it, you input your information. From there, you can retrieve a NIM slip. And if that medium is not working, you can as well go to the nearest NIMSI office. They will verify the person's fingerprint to be sure he has captured before, and then they will retrieve the NIM slip and give. But that is not your duty. Okay? So that one, once you come across people that lost their NIM slip, send them to the nearest NIMSI office, or they make use of the NIMSI mobile web app. Yes, no, it's only question that is not anything related will not answer it again. So move down. Just 2 more questions. Let me see. Okay. No, move ahead. Leave this. I want to see something that is really serious. What is ER new and CR new? I mentioned it now. ER new is enrollment related, while CR new is card related enrollment. They are all meant for fresh enrollment. The ER new is for child from 15 below, while CR is from 16 and above. I mentioned that earlier. All right, please hold on. Come on, small. All right. Oriep Nigeria Limited says, during my first name registration, I wore a sleeveless top to the venue, and I was instructed to use the jab that sleeveless is not allowed for capturing. I want to confirm if dressing affects capturing. It's a very good question you have asked. This person has a very good question. You see, like I mentioned to you, the picture you are to capture must follow a standard. We call it ICAO standard. Now, that standard involves that the person's face and the chin shows properly. Now, you see the danger of wearing, there's even one they call off top, off shoulder. Off shoulder. It makes the picture looks as if the person is not wearing cloth. Because if they capture you with an off shoulder, the picture is going to crop. So it's going to crop by your neck and a little bit down your neck. So at that point, they are not seeing you wearing cloth. It will look as if you are naked when you are capturing the picture. So it does not look well. Are you with me? And so I don't know how open your sleeveless is. So now that you are now going to be an ambassador of NIMSI, you should know what is expected of you. The picture you are capturing, after capturing picture, look at the picture. Does it look nice? If it does not look nice, then you have to recapture. Okay? So nobody should force you to be an hijab or wear an hijab. What you can do You can even ask the person to go back home if the cloth will show that the person is naked, to go back home and get another cloth to wear. Because it's a danger. If you give somebody a wrapper and the thing has an infection and the person collects infection through there, it's another problem for you. So let the person go home and get something better to wear, but not chase them that way. You have to be polite in doing so. Let them know the reason why that should be done. Which one is the last one? Please move ahead. Move ahead. Okay. All right. Okay. So we understand the lectures today, and my question is, you show some device in lectures. Are we getting the device from you, sir? Okay, I've answered that now. I don't have a company that said device. I wish I have. I don't have. All right. Move ahead. I want to see something different. Something different entirely. Something different entirely. Good day. Okay, please move ahead. Let's leave device issue. Move ahead. Okay, move ahead, please. You say thank you for your lecture. Thank you too. Move ahead, please. No, you see, I've answered those questions. I've answered these ones. Go off. Goes. Okay. Somebody has mentioned this and mentioning again. Please, what's the problem with suspended NIN? Well, like I said, to us, you are JJC. So you should not be knowing what it called suspended NIN. Well, for just the knowledge of it, so that it doesn't look like it's something that is, very out of the world, something that is a really big problem, or for you to know what suspended means. So let me explain it to you. Why you capture people that are captured before to NIMSI, initially some persons captured people wrongly or intentionally. Some persons were captured as an amputee when they were not. Like I mentioned to you earlier, NIMSI's database is not the type that you just throw something in and it will be there forever. We do cleansing. So we are cleaning our database. We observe that some persons captured wrongly. Some names were captured wrongly. Those names were now placed on suspension so that those people that are affected can come back and do the right thing. So when you come across suspended name, kindly direct the person to the nearest NIMSI office so that it can be attended to. Do we get the point now? I want to thank you all for listening to me. Thank you all for your question. I really appreciate. And then hoping you enjoy the next lecture as well as it's coming up shortly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our own Ajayi, for that, awesome delivery. So without much ado, we progress to the next and the last presentation for the day. And that is going to be on enrollment and registration center and system setup process and center certification. So, and to do that will be no any other person than two of our own, Kolawole Adeyara and Lucy Daniel. So, no, I sent to you now. There are two something. This one is for tomorrow. There are two something I said.
There's going to be an assessment on Thursday across all the training you've received. And that assessment qualifies you to be a certified enrollment agent to proceed to the field for enrollment. So please, you listen attentively, take note of all the key points. And just like we told you again, we're going to give you the training slides, look, the video at the end of each day. So thank you very much. We now have our own Kolaole and Lucy set to take you up. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kolawole Adira, and I have my co-trainer here, Lucy Daniel. Well, it's a pleasure having you back on this training seat. We'll be running you through the ERC system setup and center certification processes, and how to certify your center and the likes. So please fasten your seatbelts as we go. This is our outline, the technical onboarding process, the center deployment process, device activation and certification, onboarding enrollment personnel, switch to production, and continuous enrollment on production. Let's move. All right, this is our overview. We have CBS/device management onboarding, center deployment, device and personnel activation, switch to production, and continuous environment. This is what this section of training will be centered on. So please pay their attention, as this will help you in your continuous enrollment. Next slide. All right. Currently now we have two systems that is running, but there is one, a core current system. As some of you in here, or those one that are coming in now, that's what we call convergent billing system, as fondly called CBS. It's a portal designed to manage all your devices, your agents, and the likes. And what does this one do? We have all our applications working on this at the moment now, like the Android devices, the Windows, and the contactless. This is for the current system. Now, so we are looking at the current system against the new system that is coming up. Next slide. Now, this is the new system. The new system is called device management. It's a platform that has been set aside to mitigate all the complaints, all the loopholes, and the likes. In the course of the training, you get to understand more about it. At the moment now, this new platform currently works with the Android Synfis application, while other application that is working on the current one, like Windows and contactless, are still work in progress. Okay. All right. For some of us that are newbies, there are abbreviations that we want you to familiarize yourself with, because often you will be hearing this name so that you know what we really mean. Number one, there you see REST. The application we are using presently now, which is the Android enrollment software, is called REST. So anytime you hear us talking about REST, it's called Registrar Enrollment System. This is the app developed for this organization for you to be able to enroll. Number two, like I've mentioned in the overview, that's what we call convergent billing system. We will explain further when we get inside, but we just want you to familiarize yourself with all this abbreviation. DM is device management. And at times you will hear us calling you FEB. What it means is you're a front-end partners. And we have ESA code. We want you to just take note. ESA means enrollment service agents. and there is a code attached to each of you as you are now. For instance, it begins with NM, which is NIMSI, and we have other numbers that are attached to it, which each and every FEP have their own unique identifier, which is that number. The other one is ESA. We will say ESA name and ESA code, which means your organization name and your organization code. For instance, now, nobody knows this particular device I'm holding until your ESA name and your ESA codes comes to this device. That is when it becomes your own. So please take note of those abbreviations. Now, the last two there, this has been brought in for the new device management. We call them FEP admin. They are the one in charge of the management of that device management, or also the CBS. And the last one there, we have what we call FEP onboarding admin. Their own responsibility is to activate their devices. They have been given this whole responsibility. When we get in deeply into the training, you will understand one or two things. So let's move on. All right. Let's look at the onboarding process. First of all, immediately after the approval, you have submitted your interest and you have passed through all approval and you have been approved to carry out this enrollment. You've passed through the business development and the legal documentation. Now, you are now moving down to technical onboarding, which the list document must be submitted before the commencement of the setup. Before you join this training, a template was sent to you to fill in your information, for instance, your full name, email address, the phone number, the NIN, and your company name. So those are we have so many checklists on that. Once you have received that, you fill it. We look at your environment setup checklist, the system specification sign off, each of those devices that has been approved by NIMSI. We have to check that. You can't just bring any device to install the application on it. We look at those sign off, the training of the enrollment agents and their technical personnel, which is what is going on at this moment now. Now, once you have passed through this training and you have been certified, then we move to the next stage. You are being created on those portals to be able to manage your organization via the convergent billing system or device management. And that is being done by NIMSI Tech Team. We call it an FEP profile. The email, how does this one get done? Via the information you supply, we'll get your company full address, the names of the MDs and the likes. On that portal, there is a form to be filled there that will contain the email of your organization. Once that's all the requirement has been fulfilled there, an auto-generated email address will be sent to the email address provided that will include the link that will enable you to access those platforms. Like I said, we have two platforms, the current one and the new one we are going. The current one is convergent billing system. We have the new one that is coming, which is device management. So let's move on. Now, these are the requirements. Without the approval, we won't ask for any organization details. So from approval, it moves to your organization detail, then it moves to training, which one we are now, then we move to activation request. Next page. Now, that is on CBS. But we look where there's an additional features here, like I've mentioned earlier, the FEP onboarding admin. This is applicable on the new solution that is called device management platform. After the approval, organization details, the training, and we request in the information sent by the World Bank, it requires who is going to be your FEP onboarding admin and the FEP admin. So we need all this information to onboard you because each of them have a role to play. But at the same time, if it is approved by the MDs, a single person can play these two roles. But we have requested for this for easy access. So let's move on to the next page. All right. Here now we talk about center readiness. So many of us, there might be some question in our mind. This is a mobile enrollment. Why do we talk about center? Yes, it is very, very important. Before now, we have been seeing so many enrollment. We don't have uniformity in our enrollment. I remember some times ago when we were doing a setup in a place, they called that place a center. But we just discovered that it is in their sitting room. They will just bring a carton, they will place it at the back when they want to take picture. The brand carton. So there are a lot of processes in place now to get your center ready because you must have a physical center. That is your starting point. Then you can now move to wherever you want to move on. So that centers, they must be certified. And now is that being done? You communicate to NIMSI on identified center. You present your center to us. Okay, I'm going to be in number so in these states. They need to certify those centers for you. You visit the state. They have sent message to you in every of your location. We have territorial directors. They need to know that you exist in that environment. So you visit them for documentation. The IT and the operation staff there, they carry out certification using some document that has been sent to you to know whether that center is really ready and is good to go as the NIMSI center implies. Because anytime anybody comes in there, they are not seeing you as an external body, they are seeing you as NIMSI. So we've sent out some environment checkup lists, the system specification. Like I mentioned earlier, some of us, because you've seen a particular person using a particular devices, you feel, okay, this one also is an Android, this one is also, it can also work. We have a specification, approved devices. So please, you stick to that, we sign that off. So NIMSI state personnel ensure that FEP attain NIMSI standard in the environment setup with all necessary guidance. So please, let's take note of this. Some of us are fond of that. You just give them address, they go there, they certify that. Then the next day, because they have certified that center for you, you move to another location. That is why we are getting so many irregularity in our enrollment capture. So please, let's desist from this. So let's move to the next stage, please. So now we're not talking about the center deployment. Center is deployed in line with the ERC checkup provided. What are those things? As we have now, our lighting, like the person that took this training before me, Mr. Ajayi said, we have a specified backdrop, which must be gray. It must not be wrinkled. So many things are there in that checklist. Your lighting must be good. Deploy a smooth surface gray background for all system for enrollment. Deploy light to provide adequate illumination for the applicant facial capture. We have seen instances that some of us will use our phone light to shine light on the applicant face. Please, we need to desist from this. It is not part of NIMSI standard. Number 4, NIMSI tech team forward sign off on the ERC checklist and forward to headquarters for center creation. Now, those your centers that you want to use as your starting point, there is no devices that can work in isolation. That devices must be attached to a particular center. Maybe when we get to the real practical for the technical and the directors, we will throw more light on this. So there is no device or devices that can stand on their own. They must be attached to a center. So once your center has been certified, you send it to the headquarters. The necessary team will pick it up and they will send it for creation. That is when you can now see it on your own platform. So let's move on. Now, let's come to device onboarding. Please, I'd like us to take note of this, especially for those of us that are technical and the directors. For CBS, we have an admin. Like I've said earlier, is the one that manages the devices and the users on that particular platform. There is an application that will be sent. It is expected of that person. After all the certification has been done, you are using the certified device and you have sent your center for creation. You install the application. Once you're done installing, there will be a page that will display on your device that will require your ESA name, like we have said, enrollment service agent name. It will require your ESA code, which is your enrollment service agent code, like we have mentioned. So please, those of us that are technical in this training, please take note. An activation request will be sent. I mentioned that every devices are still very virgin. They don't have an identity until this your ESA name and ESA code comes on in. That is what we direct it to your CBS. So for device management, now once that is sent, please let's take note, this is a current flow now, which is CBS. But the new flow, which is device management, there is another leg to that, which is once that activation request is being sent, there is an automated link that will be sent to the admin, onboarding admin. It's until that link is clicked, nothing is done. Once the link is clicked, a workflow will be generated, which will in turn send to FEP admin. So let's move further. FEP admin approve, assigned to a center. Go back, sir. Sorry, sir. Now, like I said, no devices can stand in silos. Once the activation is sent, the FEP admin will see it on their either CBS or the device management. They will now determine where is this device is going to be used. They will assign it to a center and they will await check and approval from NIMC admin. You know, before now, the current solution is you send activation request, you approve it, you assign it to a center. It does not require to NIMC. But the new solution that is coming, there is a leg to the admin and there is another leg to NIMC admin. So you can't do it all alone on your own for the new solution, which is device management. So NIMC admin approve after necessary check and device is automatically on test after the activation. The same thing with CBS. Once you accept the activation, you come back to your device, you launch the application, it will give you a login page. Once you are able to log in, it takes you to a test environment whereby you'll be able to capture the tests, all the training you have been given, how to enroll, you'll be able to do it in this test environment. And it is required of you to do like 3 tests to be able to, and there are standards that you must meet up to before your enrollment can go live. Let's move to the next page. All right. After successful training exercise of enrollment agent, which is going on, a part you are taking now, and the training part of how to capture and what the do's and don'ts of that enrollment, like Mr. Jaya said, will be done tomorrow. Certificates is issued to all participants, and their lists are uploaded on the device management platform. Before now, the current system we have now, anybody can just come and you create them as an agent. But with the new solution that is coming now, if you are not certified, you cannot be an agent. And this training you are going through now is your certification. There's going to be a pool that your name will be anytime they want to create you as an agent. If you are not part of that drop down, you cannot be created. So please, for some of us that we have been enjoying the privilege with this current solution that we have now, just wait. It is a matter of time. If you are not trained, you cannot be an agent. So let's move down. User onboarding. Like I said, when we get to the point whereby we display the CBS and device management to us, you will see where to create your enrollment agents and how they are being created and those requirements. So FVP IT admin create enrollment personnel on their device management and CBS platform by selecting from pre-populated lists. Once you pick that, an email is sent to that provided email. So in the course of this, before you join this training, we send a template to you. That template contains all your informations. So once they just click you as an agent there that have been certified, you will get an email that will contain your username and your password. So user login to activate device, user login to onboard. Before now, you are enjoying the privilege of just logging in, but the new solution that is coming in now, your 10 finger need to be onboarded to be able to activate that device. And on each devices, you have 5 maximum user to be onboarded on a single device. So many of us, we ask that this is a business. What of if all those agents that I have, all of them, they just resign at the time? That means that device, you need to re-onboard. You have to remove those users there before you can re-onboard the other one. And that can only be done by the admin. So please, it is not going to be business as usual. 5 users per device. And a single user can only log in 5 devices differently. Not that before, once you are being created as a user, anywhere you go in Nigeria, any of your devices that you can just log in there and go. No. So please, the current system still take that, but the new system we are going to will no longer accept that. So user created within an F50 platform can't be reassigned to another FEP. You know, the current system now, some of us, we can cross carpet. We have seen some instances that agent held the director to ransom because tomorrow they can decide to leave this FEP and go to another FEP. It is no longer going to be business as usual, because if you are not in the pool of that trained agent, and we know the agent of whose company you represent, if you are no longer under that company, except the company right that you are no longer with us, that it can now move you to another place. So it is no longer business as usual of moving from one platform to another. So, and that will be sent to NIMSI for approval for a transfer of a user. So please, let's take note of this. Some of us that are agents here, you know, we have been doing it. Today, we know you to be in company A. Tomorrow, we know you to be in company B. We will now confuse us. So please enjoy this while it lasts, because soon we will no longer cross carpet. Yes. All right. Center and device switch to production. Like we said, after the installation and the configuration of those enrollment software and the VPN has been done on that device, it's expected those of us, the agent that has been trained to carry out tests, because the reason for this training is so that you can know the do's and don'ts of the enrollment. That's the duty on you, not just capturing all garbage to our database. So you know the rule and regulation, how you are supposed to take care of an applicant, what they are supposed to put on, what they are not supposed to put on. Like Mr. Jaye explained, you are taking your shoulder like this. Somebody is now wearing armless. What is expected? You will see the person, it's as if the person is nude on that picture. Like somebody asks in the other training that they request the person to use hijab so the person can cover your nakedness. So these are the things that we're expected to have taken out of this training. You do the test environment, you do the test enrollment, and it will generate a tracking ID. There's going to be a provided template for you both on CBS and on device management. Also, we require you to create a group whereby your issue will be treated in isolation. So once that test enrollment is done, it is being sent to that group, and you have an assigned engineer that will pick that from there. And that's will go to biometric for certification. And the moment a response comes from that, once your device passes, notification is sent to you via your group, and a request also to switch to production is initiated from that device. Also, there is a template for that also that will be sent to NIMSI. And what does that one contain? It will contain the IMEI of the device and the center code of that particular device. You can now see the reason why we say your device cannot work in silos. There must be a center attached to it. So NIMSI admin that has been assigned to you approve your switch to production on that device. And please, I want us to note, which I know so many of us we ask, once a center is certified, as much as devices that come on it, we believe that it's supposed to have been certified. No, we certify each devices, not a center. So it is expected that each device is tested. You do a test enrollment on it before they are switched to production. Thank you. So next one. All right, consideration in capturing of time. Like Mr. Jaya said, we have a standard, a CAO standard for taking your pictures. The National Civil Aviation Organization, that is standard that NIMSI is operating under on how to capture picture. And this provides us a guideline. Please, I know whoever is taking you that, your picture size, there is a box that picture will show you. Ensure the two hairs are shown and the fall within the four corner of that, and look straight, not one ear side, not the other one side, not looking one eye up, not looking down. The image must be adequately bright. Many a time when you send that into our biometric for certification, we have some response like too dull, low contrast, provide more light. Like I said, some of us, we don't illuminate our enrollment center adequately. Some of us uses our phone light to shine light on the face of an applicant. Please, we want to beg you, let's desist from that. The skin tone should be natural. When you use light, like Mr. Jai said, the gray background enable you to have a natural light, a natural background. Once you use light, it tends to throw shadow, especially when you have a bright color. When you put on a bright color, it throws light back to that camera. Also, no noisy background. What do we mean? Nobody must appear at your background. No chair must show, like I'm seated now. This chair must not show, so you must use a particular chair that does not reflect at the back. Use gray background and no capturing with cap. If you want to do that, we have some people, they will tell you 1001 reason why they must not remove their cap. It is against the standard of operation. No usage of cap, no glasses, no face masks, no nose mask. And for some that uses hijab, please, there is a way to address them. We need their forehead. We need to see this plum. We need to see this face, even if they are using hijab. You can ask them to take this redress so that you can see the forehead. So please, let's take note of that. And I think with this, when we get to the practical, you'll be able to see more of this. Thank you. Let's go to the next stage. Thank you very much. I think this has brought us to the question and answer, if there is anyone.
Some of them are. Eh? Some of them want to speak. Okay. The opportunity for everything to train our trader.
How would they get their certificate?
Yeah, yes, FEP can retrain their agents if a prior approval is given, and the NMC will come in at the point of them doing the assessment for them to be fully certified. So you cannot do it as isolation. You do it with prior information sent to NIMC, and approval is given, we'll know the number of agents, and then we can now allow that to go on. And where there is need for NIMC to come in between to participate in doing one or two training across the model, we will do that. So in a way, it is allowed, but we must first of all have the permission to do that so that NIMC will be carried along. Thank you. Okay, Nimatulai Shehu Abi from Orib, Nigeria. Can you come up, please, and ask your question? Are you hearing me? Unmute yourself and Nimatulai, are you there? Please ask your question. Is there another person? Nimatulai, are you ready to talk to us?
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, sir. Good evening.
We are hearing you. Go ahead, please.
Yes. So my question is it's all about the CBS and
What
combat
about
billing system.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. So now I want onboarding my center and to be accredited.
We don't understand that question. Can you put it in a more simple way? Hello?
Okay, sir. Hello. My question is, I say I need to be accredited.
What is the name of your FEP?
I'm front-end partners.
Which company are you representing here?
David Enterprise.
Okay, Davida Enterprise. Like we
Yes,
said,
sir.
on the CBS subject matter, we said there's going to be a section for the MDs and the technical person. So they are the one that is going to manage that CBS. So be rest assured that if you are an agent with them, you will be created and you'll be well managed on that platform. Do you understand, sir?
Okay. Yes, I understand.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Davida Enterprise Usman, please, your question, quickly. Davida Enterprise Usman, can you come up with your question? Okay. Who is the next? Okay, Steve Computer, your question, please.
All right.
Steve,
can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, please.
All right. I want to ask, in the terms of security and also we managing our login, what if I have a worker and I want them to have access to this login? Is the login on password or biometric?
everybody that is going to do enrollment exercise will be officially be onboarded and access to the system you granted via the person logging in using both the biometric and the password. That is what we call the 2FA, two-factor authentication. So for you to do enrollment, you will be given, you will be onboarded officially by NIMC and using your biometric and your password. So which means, what that means is you cannot, enroll yourself to be an agent and ask somebody else to come and continue the enrollment when you must have onboarded. So that is why your biometric is very, very key.
All right, sir. Another question, please.
Go ahead, please.
Is it allowed for me to do enrollment out of my outlets?
What do you mean by outlet? Your area of coverage or jurisdiction?
Maybe out of my office. Assuming going to somebody's place or a location to register customers as in clients there.
Yes, you can, when you are fully onboarded, you can do enrollment anywhere. You can be in Sokoto today, tomorrow you may decide to go to Maiduguri. So you are not geofenced. So you can move across anywhere you want to go to the village, this, village, that. So you are free to move because we are putting a very good mechanism to know where you are enrolling from. So, and we will capture that location appropriately. So you can move to anywhere. You are not going to be restrained to a particular environment. Thank you.
All right, no problem. Thank you, sir.
So be sure to use the standard backdrop, because many of us, you just get to maybe a bus stop and you just set up your enrollment there because you have one or two applicants to enroll there. Please ensure you go with your backdrop and let the lighting there be better.
Okay. NIA technology, please, your question. Quickly. NIA. NIA technology, your question, please. Quickly unmute yourself and talk to us. Okay, Ashake, are you ready? Mayowa Adegbile.
Yes, I am ready.
Please go ahead with your question.
Okay, so for newbies like us who did not know the number of agents we have had, no, so mine is an NGO. We were trained a particular people. When we know
The background noise coming from your end there, please. Can you get that right, please, so that we can hear you well?
there is no noise around me.
Can you take your question again, please?
I said, so for newbies like us, we were thinking that if we train in a particular number of people, we could now go and retrain a larger number of agents. So now we're hearing that if we don't, it's only the number of people that is in this training that will get certificates. What happens if we now have to get more agents? What do we do?
Okay, when you have more agents you want to bring on board, this training is continual. You let us know, oh, today I've presented 20 agents. Tomorrow I needed additional 30 to cover the location I want to enroll in. Let that be submitted to NIMC, to ID for the NIMC. Then we'll now schedule a training, putting everybody together and get them trained and certified.
Thank you.
Because without training, you cannot do enrollment. It's a requirement. Thank you.
All right.
Nia, I think your question is here. Good afternoon, sir. Please, sir, you spoke about proper capturing and you said that one must make sure that the 2 ears of the person is showing very well. Now, my question is that when someone is unveiled I don't think it's possible for us to capture with the 2 ears. How do we handle this?
All right, I think Mr. Ajayi explained that.
I explained that during the course of my training now. I said the only person we don't expect to see the ears are those on hijab. Hijab is not veil. Hijab is hijab, it's different. Not that somebody will just carry something and cover the face and you say you want to capture. No. But people that are wearing hijab, you know how hijab is. They are the only one who cannot see their ear, but their forehead and their chin should be showing. Their chin and their forehead should show. So please take note of that.
Okay. Does it require certain qualification to be certified? You must be computer literate. Okay. You can read, you can use computer, and I think those are the basic qualification you need to be an agent doing enrollment on behalf of NIMSI. Can FEP
Has multiple centers?
Multiple center?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The answer is yes. So I think that will be for the day. I want to thank you all for being a part of today. Tomorrow we are starting on the dot of 9 a.m., God willing. We hope that everybody will be ready to key in then. Those of you who have not successfully logged in today, we advise you go to your email address and click the pending link sent to you for you to be admitted for tomorrow's section. And if you miss today's section, don't be afraid. The video coverage and the slides for today will be sent across to the platform. You can pick them up, look at them, listen to them at your own comfort zone. So on this note, I want to thank you and thank you for being a part of today. Bye. Thank you, Mr. Falalu.